Right, I will resume.
Recording in progress.
Ready? Oh, thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Greetings and welcome to the Louisiana State Board of Social Work Examiners meeting. Today is Friday, September 13th, 2024. The time is now 8:35 a.m. At this time, we will ask for a roll call.
Tyson McGee,
Present.
Jamie Barney,
Present.
Evan Bergeron,
Present.
Melissa Haley, Laura Sanseri, present.
We also have our legal counsel for the board, Sherry Morris, present. We have our prosecuting attorney, Jim Raines, that's present here as well, our administrator, Emily D'Angelo, and also members of the public in person today. At this time, I will ask if the expectations of the meeting be read by Evan.
Back. All right, if you are unable to attend the meeting and wish to make public comment, you can email your comment to Emily. Email must be received by the close of business the day prior to the meeting and pertain to an item on the agenda. A public comment period will be permitted for each agenda item requiring a vote. Members of the public who wish to provide a public comment may use the raise hand function to be recognized by the chair. Any one person may provide public comment only once per agenda item. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments are limited to the item being considered by the board. The chair may disregard or terminate any public comment that does not comply with this paragraph. Attendees of the public portion of the meeting can obtain a maximum of 1 hour of continuing education ethics and 1 hour of general continuing education. An email regarding continuing education credit will be sent within 30 days following the meeting.
Thank you so much, Evan, for reading that. We want to take this time to thank everyone for their public service in the aftermath of Hurricane Francine. We send our thoughts, prayers out to those who have been affected from this hurricane. And so thank you so much for the commitment for board members to be here present during this time. And for those who are not here, we send our thoughts and prayers to you. Okay, at this time, we will open the floor. Not yet, I'm sorry. I'm going to open the floor for public comment for matters pertaining to the agenda.
I have one hand raised by Lacisha Lottie Matthews Laverne.
Ms. Laverne, you're being recognized.
Unmute yourself.
Please unmute yourself. The floor is now open for public comment. It still continues to remain open. Do we have any public comment at this time?
No additional public comment.
Okay. With that being said, since there's no public comments at this time, that period is now closed. Now we'll move on to matters related to the agenda. I must let the board know that we are having some changes to this agenda. If we look down to executive session 3A5, that is being removed from the agenda. That was a cancellation, so we are removing that from the agenda. And then also, if we go to correspondence 5Z, that's being removed from the agenda as well. 5 of the correspondence, 5Z. Must be removed as well. Are there any other necessary changes or corrections to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion regarding the agenda.
Move to adopt the agenda.
It's been moved by Evan to adopt the agenda with necessary corrections. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board. Any public comment pertaining to this motion?
No public comment.
Objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, so now we'll go to the next item on the agenda, the presentation of consent agreement and orders. We'll be turning the floor over to Jim Raines, our prosecuting attorney. In the matter of file 2021146, Dr. Kimberly Moten, LCSW.
Yes, we received a complaint filed with the board that she had committed acts of unprofessional conduct while at a company called she was the clinical director of HYSS. Specific allegations was she stored and maintained access to copies of clinical documentation from her period of employment with HYSS. That she used her EHS to access and retrieve copies of clinical documentation, including client records from her period of employment with HYSS, and she was able to provide that documentation to the board. She agreed to a consent agreement whereby she would be reprimanded. She pays a fine of $250, cost of $595, and the remainder of the terms are standard terms.
Any questions from the board regarding that consent agreement in order?
No.
Okay, at this time, we'll entertain a motion regarding that order.
Oh, move to adopt.
Okay, it's been moved by Evan to adopt. Second. The second by Jamie. Any public comments pertaining to that motion?
No public comment.
Objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item on the agenda, file 2023110, Julia Bodine.
Yes, she is a CSW. We received a complaint where it's alleged that she was advertising herself within the state as a therapist. Follow-up investigation revealed that she was taking private appointments for therapy within Louisiana. And she was practicing outside of her scope. This is an admission of her licensure without proper supervision by advertising herself in Louisiana as a therapist and taking private appointments. She was practicing hypnotherapy and rapid resolution therapy services in Louisiana. And she recognizes that the services are not permitted to be conducted independently per Rule 301. She agreed to be reprimanded. I believe also her CSW just expired on August 20th, if I recall correctly. She agreed that she will not apply for a social work credential in Louisiana for at least 1 year from the date that this is signed. Should she apply for a credential, the credential shall be issued under a probationary status, and she will remain under probation for a 1-year time period. She shall complete 12 months of supervised social work practice, occurring at a frequency of 1 hour per month, as provided by a board-approved clinical supervisor. They will make quarterly reports on Ms. Bodine's progress to the board. She agrees to release the disciplinary file related to this case to that supervisor. She will pay a fine of $750 with a cost of $652.50. Any future board approval of social work credential for her shall be conditioned upon her completion of 6 hours of continuing ed in the area of ethics. And she will have to take the board's open book examination to be credentialed as a social worker in the future. And that's the entirety of this one.
Any questions from the board regarding this consent agreement order? Entertain a motion regarding this consent agreement in order. Move to adopt. Been moved by board to adopt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. In the matter of 2024443, Hannah Goldberg.
In this case, it was alleged that she was engaged in an inappropriate behavior with a male residential client at her former place of employment. The two of them engaged in some type of relationship. And follow-up investigation revealed further that she was providing clinical services and psychotherapy under the supervision of an LPC, not an LCSW or BACS. She admitted that she engaged in an inappropriate dual relationship with a client. She also admitted to practicing outside of the scope of her licensure and without proper supervision. She is an LMSW and her credential will be revoked for a period of 3 years. At the conclusion of the 3-year period, she shall be permitted to seek relicensure. Upon relicensure, the board may impose stipulations on her license as the board deems appropriate. She will be placed on probation for a period of 2 years, must be supervised by BACS 1 time a month for 1 hour for that time period. She shall pay a fine of $1,000 within 1 year. She'll pay cost of $1,830 within 1 year. She's going to have to complete 12 hours of continuing education on boundaries and relationships with the client. Those are to be pre-approved by the board. She has to pass the board's open book exam. And those are the entirety of the terms, other than standard terms.
Are there any questions regarding this consent agreement in order? Now entertain a motion regarding consent agreement order.
Move to adopt.
Moved by Evan to adopt, seconded by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. In the matter of 2024-104, Andrea Zamanovic, LMSW.
Yes, it was alleged that she was late with case notes, delayed paperwork related to crisis plans, and only entered 1 case note documenting services to her clients during the month of March 2024. It was noted that her delays resulted in a client being without medication for a couple of months and put another client at risk of eviction and homelessness. She admitted to failing to timely submit documentation and failed to make or maintain records of service. She failed to take reasonable steps to avoid undertreatment of a client. She failed to make prompt referrals to other professionals for services beyond her competence. And she engaged in unprofessional conduct and practiced in a manner detrimental or potentially detrimental to a client. Her LMSW credential is being reprimanded in this consent agreement. She's paying a fine of $250. She's paying cost. This is payable within 1 year. Cost of $1,020. She's going to complete 6 hours of continuing education in the area of documentation to be pre-approved by the board. She's going to take the board's open book exam within 3 months. And the remainder of the terms of hers are standard terms.
Are there any questions regarding this consent agreement in order?
Yes.
Trinity, you have the floor.
I think that regarding this particular matter, I think that the punishment should be harsher. So I know that this was agreed to regarding the disciplinary panel. You guys agreed to this. Y'all came to this resolution, but wasn't there something a little due to the severity of the case? Maybe a little something more severe for the actions. It looks like a client could have been homeless, medications, something could have happened more severe to this client.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like that this licensee is I think that for the severity of the actions, I, I, I can't agree with this.
Oh, is this a discussion?
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah, I just don't agree with the actions.
Okay, so she's reprimanded,
Yes,
she's
she's getting an open book
Okay.
examination
fined,
and paying a fine.
and legal costs, some continuing education hours, open book examination. So what else would you feel would, like where do you feel the gap is? Do you feel, because the sanction, the reprimand is for her being late with documentation and then having a negative impact on some of at least two of the clients. So what do you think do you think the fine should
Maybe
be?
the fine could be a little more severe.
And the reason I'm asking is because this kind of seems in line with generally.
What we've done in the past, but
What often seems to happen is when it's
I'm just,
when the fine is too high, social workers can't pay it back. But either way,
I'm looking at the client was on the was almost on the burden of becoming homeless, and medication was impacted here. And it's just the severity of the matter.
Mhm.
That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at. The severity of the licensee's action. Right.
and other situations where documentation, other
Exactly.
issues with documentation, I felt like this is similar, as kind of standard of how we handle that, or the board has handled that. And in some situations, we didn't dissect what could have happened to clients. I mean, all of it could be negative. There are negative impacts to all lack of documentation report in any situation. So this one seems to speak to you a little bit more
And it does.
profoundly than other ones. And as far as consistency, I'm wondering, is this more of a bias situation for you, or is there other documentations that could impact clients and communities, lack of documentation?
I'm
So
wondering
where would
Okay,
we need to see the fine on
okay, so
I'm wondering if Jim could probably, when he comes back, explain what reprimanded may be, and that may help a little bit.
and I'm not trying to place bias in it.
Right, so if he can explain that, maybe, just put some little context to that, and that might help with this conversation. I'll wait till he comes back.
And I know that there's a level that we do look at, the severity of it.
So,
Jim, I was hoping if you could, just kind of, just add a few little words to expand on reprimanded. Can you help that? I mean, I know, can you just say,
why we reprimand?
what does that mean? And just say.
Us.
Well, a reprimand it's more akin to, like, I tell people it's kind of like a slap on the wrist, telling you to do better, but you still get to practice. You have, we have suspensions and revocations. Those are the most harsh things. We put people on probation sometimes. And then we have reprimands. I didn't talk to this lady directly. I was trying to remember the details of her, and my computer's slow getting up. I was thinking she was a younger therapist, was my recollection, but I'll see if I can verify that while we're talking about her. Trinity, what was, other than the fine issue?
That was it. That was it. I was looking at just the severity of the actions, and I was looking at the homeless situation and the medication, and just thinking about the case specifics of it. That was the concern. I was looking at the case specifics, and that's what spoke to me, just the case specifics of it. And when Bora was speaking of it. And it just touched home to me with the type of work that I do and then the bias and.
No, don't apply that. 'Cause-
Exactly, and that's what she
No,
told me, and
no,
that's
no,
when
no.
I had to take myself out of it,
And
Well,
and
just let me finish my sentence. We have a role here. There's a reason that we have to have people working in the field on the board. So I don't think you should consider the fact that you see how serious this is bias, because you're doing your job. That's
exactly,
not bias. But, so in regards to the sanctions, you're okay with the reprimand
yes.
and the continuing education and the
Yes, I'm okay
fine?
with all of it.
Do you think it should be higher, or you're okay with it now that you
I'm
said?
okay with it now that
Okay.
we discussed it. I was just looking at the case and the severity of it.
Yeah. Okay.
So Jim, when the disciplinary team meets, the severity of it, when it comes to reprimands, what makes you make the decision? Well, the team, when you all meet, what makes you go from one, I may not be explaining it, Mel, one severity to the other? Yeah, what makes you, because I don't see that. So we don't get to see that.
So Lisa, who's our complaints coordinator, keeps track of kind of generally what we have assessed per violation. So like on each rule. So if there's something that like if we look at that complaint, we're like, okay, even though these are the allegations, this is what we can prove.
Mhm.
And let's say it's rule whatever, let's say it's rule X. She
Right.
looks at then historically, what have we charged folks for one violation of rule X? And that's where that 250, my assumption is we've got a violation of that
Right.
specific rule. And we've traditionally done $250, so that's where that number came from.
Okay.
So,
And that's what I wanted to know, because I looked at it and I said, the severity of it, I think it should warrant this and this. And that's where it came from, because of the severity of it.
And I also want us to remember, there's also the legal fees attached. So we're talking over $100 a month that somebody might have to pay back, which is a lot, but then it's not. I get that. I understand. But on a social worker salary, if this is a less experienced social worker who may be at the lower end of the salary range, it could be a teaching learning home. And I'm sure there are some ramifications on the job too, if they allow her to keep her job at this agency. There's other things that there are disciplinary measures that's probably happening there if they're allowing her to stay. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm trying to be consistent and think about other factors, because if this person has children and single parent, $100 a month or more is a lot.
Yes.
I don't consider that at all. I think we just need to be consistent.
Yeah, and we are being consistent in my eyes.
I agree,
But I'm just
how
saying,
much they
that's where
are making
that's
all
where
that
I
is
think the
not-
factor comes in, where the 250 comes in, is it's not just 250, it's 250 plus legal fees and all. So, and I do think though that we need to be sensitive of costs too, and
So you're
financial
looking at it
burdens.
from a monetary compensation perspective, and you're looking at it from consistency.
I'm looking at it from both. Initially, it's consistency, because if we were saying 250 for most situations similar to this, that's what it needs to be. But also when you think about, well, how does the disciplinary committee come up with this amount? I'm just imagining historically, it probably was factoring in incomes in social work field. And I don't know. I don't know how
So I
it's
just want to
done.
weigh in and say that I appreciate and I hear all of y'all dialogues about it, and of course we can continue to engage in discussion, but I do think that it should be by case basis. I think that, yes, that there are times that we want to talk about setting precedents, but I also think depending upon the situation and the way it's presented, it's a case by case basis. And so I really would hope that we won't lock ourselves into, we do have an idea of what things could be possibly in ranges. I think everything is on a case by case basis based on the severity of the charge. So that's my thinking, right? So that gives us an opportunity to look at things individually and gauge it from that perspective instead of, but I do understand that there's,
There's gotta be a standard,
We do.
and I
It
think
is a
the
standard.
committee does that. I
Right,
think,
right, absolutely.
And I don't know what kind of conversations they had, but I'm gonna trust that they were trying to be as fair as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think that's absolutely, that's a way to look at it, too, as well. There's a way of looking at what's happened historically. In the absence of historically, sometimes things you have to look at it from an individual case by case basis, depending on what happened to as well. But I hear y'all.
And I'm
Someone had their
sorry,
hand
we're-
up? No,
we're
no,
only on the
we're in
second
discussion. I mean,
item on the
because we have to,
agenda.
if we agree, we sign the order, and, if we don't agree, this is why we have to have this discussion. Evan, you have the floor.
Yeah,
No
just,
worries.
just to add, I mean, I trust our disciplinary staff, and so I generally will defer to them, but just one thing that I want to add here is that since the board's role is protection of the public,
Right.
I look at this, particularly the paragraph relating to the complaint further alleged that in one instance, Ms. Simonovich delays resulted in a client being without her medication for 2 months, and in another put a client at risk of eviction and homelessness. I consider the stress and the emotional toll that that must have taken on that client, who is likely already in a position of either crisis or in a position of disadvantage in some way. And to me, the trusted relationship that one must have with their social worker compounds the injury to these potential clients. And so I understand Trinity's position. I somewhat am of the philosophy that monetary fines do serve a purpose, but not one that's really sort of rehabilitative. So I almost would want to see, and I'm not sure. And like I said, I'm going to defer to the disciplinary team in this case. But I just sort of wanted to add that to our discussion since we are talking about the issues and we're talking about consistency. But in my opinion, this is a serious aggravating factor
Mhm.
to this issue. Just for the board's consideration.
So if we look at what Jim was giving us the definition of what reprimand is, and he was saying slap on the wrist, let me put back out to the board. Do you feel, and I guess it's just trying to synthesize it and see if we can come up with an agreement, if you will. Regarding this consent agreement order, do you feel that a reprimand is not sufficient for the act that the licensee has? And should it be more than a reprimand, as what Jim provided to us what reprimand is?
I'm okay with the reprimand, but I also could support some addition of like more continuing education hours or supervision, like that sort of thing. If that's you guys' pleasure, I guess.
So I want to actually ask Sherry, what specifically is our role here in considering this? Do we just accept or reject? Can we make suggestions to go back into negotiations? Like what specifically can we do?
You have the option to accept it or reject it. And Jim can explain this as well. When you agree to come before the board with a consent agreement, it's subject to board approval, and the licensee waives the right to contest the fact that you all discussed it and were privy to some of the facts of the situation prior to the hearing. So certainly you can, reject it. You can accept it as is, or you can say, maybe supervision is needed, maybe it should be a suspension, whatever. And then it's up to the licensee as to whether they accept those terms. And if they don't, they would come before a hearing. This is just an alternate to a hearing, right? This is a settlement without a full hearing. But if the licensee doesn't accept whatever additions you make, then they still have the right to a hearing.
So we can actually, at this time, based on what our legal counsel has provided to us in our discussion, if we determine that reprimand is the language that continue to be used, we can, what I'm hearing from everyone, we can consider applying more, I guess the word is sanction, disciplinary action, education, but we would need to inform Jim what specifically that would be. I'm hearing from the floor, I've heard people say, board members say more continuing education hours. I've heard supervision, mentioned. And so are we at that space right now where we feel like we need to, provide Jim some more disciplinary action? And are we there?
I would say both, but then the question would be, how much, and then how much is too much?
Well, I think that would be at the pleasure discretion of the board. The board would then make those recommendations to Jim. He would then go back with those specifics and engage in dialogue with the licensee. So at this time, it sounds like we are in agreement that more disciplinary action is needed or suggested. What is it at this time? Like I said, I heard continuing education, I heard supervision. So if we want to start with continuing education, do we feel that the continuing education hours that's on the consent agreement order is sufficient for the,
No, because I mean, we have 6 hours in the area of documentation. Is there another area we need to add, maybe?
That's what I was wondering.
So, okay, so that's a question on the floor by board. We need to add
Yeah.
ethics. So we're asking to add ethics as a continuing education requirement. Typically licensees, we do 3 hours, right, every other year. So we wanna be consistent with do y'all, is it 3 hours? Does that sound, what do you think?
I think 6 hours.
You want
Mhm.
6, okay,
hours.
so I'm hearing 6 hours of continuing education and ethics should be added.
I'm gonna be honest, I wanna see some supervision.
Mhm.
So
I don't-
supervision, I've heard that from board members, and so, okay, so
Proposal.
we're done with the continued education, right? So we're gonna add the 6 of ethics and now supervision.
So
The way
is
we
the
could
person,
put that would be, she would be on probation for a period of time during which she would get supervision. So you're looking like at a year of supervision, or the time is what you guys would need to
she's
tell.
probably under supervision, she's an LMSW is my guess, so I wanted to
Hopefully.
know, can we add more time before she can be eligible to take the LCSW?
And
Let
what
me
if
say
she
this, if
finishes
she,
that
and it's nothing
supervision?
against her place of employment, because I have no idea where that is or anything. But her being under supervision didn't help for her to go 2 months with, you know, for a
Yeah.
patient to be delayed service. So whatever supervision she's getting wasn't sufficient enough for us to rely on it,
And
if that may, you know.
yeah, it depends on, was her supervisor within the agency,
Right.
outside the agency? Did
Right.
they even discuss documentation?
And we've had with other licensees, if they finish those, whatever hours we've asked of them in the past, if they finish those hours prior to that consent agreement being completed, at that point, what is it that we do? Because they finished those hours prior to that probation, being fulfilled. So will that, fulfill that contract term? Because usually it does. And we have to let them off for probation. So you're gonna have to draw that up and write that in a way that fulfills that contract. Or,
So we do need to find out whether or not this individual is actually under current supervision. I'm hearing from both of y'all on this side, right? And there's some concerns. That's okay. Can I get somebody to look it up? That's okay. And that's okay. I mean, you know, we can
Well, that's
work on that, but to the board member's point, the concern of the current supervision that the individuals received and this, we're thinking that the discipline may not exist. Let's see. Okay, so now we're talking about supervision. Jim posed to the board the time frame. Is this a year? Are we looking at?
I'm okay with a year.
Okay, yeah, we're looking at, okay with a year? Okay.
While she has to have supervision, additional supervision.
Okay. So Jim, the board is saying that we want to have additional supervision for 1 year, 1 year of additional supervision. And so even
While
if we
she's under
determine
probation.
whether or not she is currently under supervision, she would need to have an additional year of that anyway. Like if what, you know, so I don't want to stop the meeting to go see if she's under supervision. You're right, because the board is saying that they want additional year regardless.
Right.
She needs to have a year.
Because it wasn't enough for her.
Right, right.
So what we typically say, and I realize it's a little bit of a different scenario, is somebody needs, you know, like 1 hour a month with a BAX, and then that BAX reports back to the board quarterly or something like that.
That's if that individual is under clinical supervision though, because if she's not under clinical supervision, which we do not know, right? Then we would say something like BAX, but if she is under, right? But what we're saying is regardless if she has a BAX or not, she needs to be supervised in her practice of work. Is that what we're saying? Are we saying that, y'all?
Does she have to be-
Regardless if she's under clinical supervision, now she still needs.
But
to
even
be
when
supervised.
when they don't have clinical supervision, we, you know, we'll put people in, what situation is that where they have to do the supervision and we get reports?
Supervised.
Even if they are LCSW, they have to do additional supervision and we get reports back, you know? I think that's what he's referencing with the,
So who does she have to be supervised by?
Right.
It has to be an LCSW or can it be an LMSW?
Oh, no, it has to be an LCS. Thank you for the specifics.
Mhm.
So supervision by an LCSW. Thank you for y'all weighing in on the
LCSW.
specifics.
Facts or just LCSW?
I mean, that's the pleasure of the board. I mean, it could be a BAX if that's what y'all think, but if she's not seeking clinical supervision,
Mhm.
Yeah.
then it needs to be an
Additional,
LCSW,
yeah.
right?
To me,
But if
if she's
she's-
additional or.
yeah, but if she's providing services and if her lack of documentation and working with these patients, she does not completely understand or prioritize how that is impacting her clients, even if she's not pursuing a LCSW, it may be beneficial for her to get some supervision from a BACS. You see what I'm saying? Because that's where those skills are enhanced. That's a part of the contract, the documentation piece, when you're doing clinical supervision. So even if it isn't going to count towards her getting clinical supervision, I think it should be a BACS, someone who's trained and prepared to teach.
That was
You
the
know,
next
other
question. So I was
social
wondering that, would she get it, would it be counted towards her supervision if she is pursuing that clinical? That was,
Mhm.
that's what I was wondering in my mind. I'm thinking, so she would just receive the supervision, would it be counted towards?
Look, here's how I think. I think you do this completely separate and apart from anything that she may be currently engaged in if she is seeking an LCSW. So my recommendation would be to reject the CANO with the recommendation that any new CANO that comes before the board include at least 6 hours of ethics, include a probationary period of 1 year, whereby the social worker receives independent and separate supervision by an LCSW who will report to the board quarterly on the social worker's progress.
I think that's good. What y'all think?
I like that, except I would like the BACS still, I think, instead of just LCSW, but.
Anyone thinking about that? That sounds like we're coming closer to an agreement. Sound for? Yes.
And that ethics, it's in addition to the other
Yeah, the other stuff was.
CEUs, the
right,
6 hours, yeah. It's not-
That's all over and above your normal
Right.
ethics or hours you have to get.
And like we had, I think in the original CNO, it was CEUs for 6 hours. or something for
Documentation, that kind
yeah.
of thing.
So
That
that's
ended up being her main
right,
issue.
that'll definitely need to be in there
Do y'all think the BACS is too?
too. I'm on the fence with that one because if she's not pursuing an LCSW or she's already completed that, I don't know what her situation is, but if she's not, then to me, an LCSW is okay. It's hard enough for people to find a BACS. But as long as there's an LCSW reporting to the board on this situation, I would be okay with it.
So can we, I guess because the LCSW scope of practice meets the requirements of independent licensure, clinical, expertise, it meets that, it fulfills that.
Yeah.
I think the way in is because of the supervision component with that back. So I kind of see it both ways. Like I kind
Yeah.
of see it both ways, y'all.
I
But
think I can see the point too.
Mhm. I kind
I
of see it
can
both
go
ways.
either way, but
We
at
can
the
go
same
either way.
time, I don't know if there's a BACS out there that might contract with her to do it. I would hope there would be, but we get correspondence a lot saying I can't find one in my area, so.
Okay, all
that's
right.
where I'm-
So, all right, so let's see if we can move with, letting it be a LCSW or LCSW backs. Are y'all amenable to that? You okay with that? Either way, we can still include that. And so whatever that licensee finds, I mean, I'm open to agreement and compromise, and I think we're doing that pretty good. So, Jim, you have any other questions for the board, as to do? Yes, let's see,
Fine, are you okay with the fine? Do you want to see that go up?
no fine with the fines, we're good with
Okay,
the
with the
fine.
fine, since there's the other. Yeah.
All right, Emily? Yes.
Yes, but it said, the frequency of the supervision. I have 1 year of supervised probation. Did you give a frequency?
No, we did not give a frequency of the supervision, so we need to come to agreement with that.
Pretty much either once or twice a month.
Yeah, once or twice a month, hearing
I
on
guess we
one
gotta-
side.
Say 2 hours.
Okay, yeah, 2 hours.
So 2 hours each month? Sounds good? Sounds good? Okay. You want to, if you feel like it, I'm gonna ask for it anyway, but yeah.
Okay, so at this time, I move that we reject the CAO with a recommendation that, the prosecuting attorney return to the licensee and require 6 additional hours of ethics, continuing education, a 1-year probationary period whereby the licensee must receive supervision from either an LCSW or an LCSW BACS. The supervision must be at least twice a month, and the supervisor will report to the board quarterly on the licensee's progress.
So we'll ask that you specify it twice a month and make it 2 hours.
2 hours, I
The
apologize.
board said 2 hours.
Right, it
Okay.
wasn't twice a month, it was 2
2
hours a
hours.
month, so yeah, that's what I meant.
All right, that motion's on the floor. Is there a second? Second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor?
Oh, hold on, I have one hand raised by Michelle Norwood.
Hello, good morning. I think that that's excessive.
Is there
my-
someone?
my-
Ma'am,
Yeah.
before you start, ma'am, I'm sorry, before you start, could you state your name for the record and see if you can increase your volume a little bit? We're trying to hear you.
Okay, yes. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, that sounds better. So can you state your
Okay.
name for the record and you have time, you have the floor.
Michelle Norwood.
Thank you, Michelle. You have the floor.
You're welcome. I think that it's excessive. I think the cost should be considered, and I appreciate that you said either LCSW or LCSW backs, because that's going to make a difference in the cost. Employers sometimes embellish information. I think the validity of the information should be checked, to be relied upon. I also think that, unfortunately, in legal situations when people are sentenced for different crimes, sometimes the severity, like you can have assault. I mean, I'm not an attorney, but say you have assault, but the person was severely injured versus assault where they weren't. And I've seen different things like that in the media and stuff. And the person gets the little slap on the wrist, like the people who been running into people. They had a little boy playing in his house. He was actually killed by I think the ice cream truck man. He got probation, and that was a murder. It happened again. So I think that standards should be imposed where social workers can rely upon, if I do this, this is probably the consequences. I understand absolutely the homelessness, the medication component, absolutely. But I think that employers embellish, like it was said. What kind of supervision was she receiving on the job where this was allowed to go on all this time? Who was her supervisor?
Thank you so
I
much,
just think
Michelle. Well, thank you so much for your public comment. We are past the 2-minute limit, but thank you again for your public comment. Are there any other public comments pertaining to the motion on the floor at this time?
Michelle Guidry.
Michelle Guidry, you're being recognized.
So I'm just gonna say, I actually agree with Dr. McGee and Mr. George on this, and it's not often I agree with the board, but if I were to ask the board a question about documentation, I'm not currently employed by an agency, the board would ask me to defer to my agency. So I I actually agree with the harsher punishment, even though this is an LMSW y'all are talking about, so I just want to just say that for the record. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle Guidry, for your comment. Any other public comments at this time pertaining to the motion on the floor? Hear a little bit. It's hard to hear. Okay, any other ones? Evan? Okay. All right, and so, public comments being closed on this motion. Any objections or abstentions to the motion on the floor? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, next item on the agenda is the matter 2024-132, Maureen Beatty.
Yeah, it was alleged that Ms. Beatty gave a client a bottle of ibuprofen, but that bottle also contained prescription medication, including a NSAID, Allegra, a laxative, and gabapentin, which is a controlled substance. And the allegation, she admitted that she improperly dispensed over-the-counter medication and controlled substances to a client. And she agreed to a reprimand, a $250 fine, cost of $570. And that's the entirety of this one. It's pretty straightforward.
Any questions for, regarding this consent agreement in order? Hearing none, is there a motion regarding this consent agreement in order?
Move that out.
It's been moved by Evan to adopt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trinity. Public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item in the matter of file 2024-136, Ryan Carpenter.
Just Carper,
I'm sorry, Carper.
Right.
Thank you.
It was alleged that Mr. Carper falsified documentation for 3 visits in May of this year, for which he received mileage and billing was paid. He responded to the complaint. He admitted the allegations contained therein, further admitted that he did not complete the patient visits, for which he falsified documentation because he was suffering from depression. And he was also having an active suicidal episode attributable to recent family losses and a negative reaction to newly prescribed medication. He admitted to the false documentation on those 3 patient visits. So as far as the discipline here, within 5 days that this is approved, he's going to contact the IPP program to schedule an evaluation by an IPP approved evaluator. He shall be evaluated by the IPP approved evaluator at his expense within 30 days from the signature of the board on this agreement. He releases his disciplinary file to the IPP for evaluation purposes. Let's see, he acknowledges and agrees that current treatment records of healthcare providers who have treated him are significant to the evaluation, agrees to provide the manager of the IPP program with copies of all current treatment records. His license is suspended pending the IPP evaluator's determination that Mr. Carper is able to safely practice social work. He's going to be placed subsequently on probation for 1 year, starting at the time that the suspension is lifted, whenever that occurs. He's going to be approved or supervised, I'm sorry, by a board approved BACS 1 time a month for 12 months, during which his license will stay on probation. That BACS will make quarterly reports to the board regarding Mr. Carper's progress. He will also release his disciplinary file to his BACS supervisor. He's going to pay a fine of $750. He is going to pay cost of $1,110, and these are all within 2 years. He's going to take 6 continuing education hours in the area of self-care and mental health of the therapist to be pre-approved by the board. And the remainder of the terms are our standard terms.
I'll make a motion to approve this request.
It's been moved by Trinity to approve this consent agreement in order. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Public comment pertaining to the consent.
I have one hand raised from Jesse Ratliff.
Jesse Ratliff, you have the floor. You're being recognized. Please unmute yourself.
And my hand is lowered.
Okay. Any other public comments pertaining to the motion on the floor? Okay, any hearing none, any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jim. Any other questions for Jim at this time on the board? Okay, thank you so much. All right, so with that being said, y'all, as we review and look at this agenda, we have a healthy board agenda today. And we do have a good portion of our agenda today being held in executive session. With that, I would ask that the board scan this agenda and let's talk about some proposed times to return for public discussion. And do we have any recommendations to return for public time that we can return for public discussion? I was leaning into 3:30. What's your thoughts? You think 3 o'clock? Where are we?
Is there any way we can move 3A, 4, and 6 up? I'm sorry. 3A, 6 and 7 up. Right,
3A.
You would have to contact.
right, that's what,
Yeah, we can do that, right? We've already, yeah, this is locked in. In terms of times of hearing panels,
mhm.
yeah, we're kind of locked into where we are. We've,
The complaints.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, let's see, so,
You said 3:30?
yeah, just looking at this, I'm thinking 3 or 3:30, I mean,
Okay. The goal is to try not to go in and out of executive session. But
Yeah.
so with the 11 o'clock hearing,
mhm.
I think we'll have a break between like 11:30 and 1:30.
Mhm.
So that would give us 2 hours. Do we think we could get through all of the complaints and applications in 2 hours?
Yeah, that's great.
I think we could, y'all
I think we can.
I think we.
So I think we
could.
can come back sooner than 3:30. I think we can come back at like 2:30 or 3. 2:30, I think would be aggressive.
2:30 be aggressive, yeah,
You
we have a
think?
You know I
panel.
like, yeah, you know I like.
We have a panel, at 2 p.m.
Mhm.
and usually those takes about 30 minutes. So do
Mhm.
you think that that's enough time for our panel to deliberate and come back? Which I
Well,
think.
look, Trinity's on the panel and we know how much.
I'm thinking 2:45, 3 o'clock. I was thinking, can we compromise on 3 p.m.?
Anyway,
Consistency for the public. Okay, so where we are, folks, we are at, coming back at 3 o'clock, to address our public and to cover all of our correspondence, matters. So with that being said, the agreement is 3 p.m. I'm going to ask for a motion to move into executive session at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Bora, second by Jamie. So we need a roll call to go into executive session. No, don't go about me, everybody.
Jamie
Yes.
Trinity George.
yes.
Melissa Haley is not here. Boris and Sari, yes.
All right, and so it seems as though we are moving into executive session. We will be back publicly at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you for your time and attention and see you all then.
But it's having trouble.
Yep, you're blank. Oh, now you're not blank anymore. More. What is it done?
All of them.
Can you start the report again?
I can, just let me know when you're ready.
Texas, are you ready?
Yes.
Recording in progress.
We're ready? Greetings, everyone. Welcome back to the Louisiana State Board of Social Work Examiners meeting today. The meeting is now called back into order at 4:36 p.m. At this time, I will entertain a motion to come out of executive session by roll call. Moved by Evan,
Second.
now second by Trinity. Now roll call.
Jamie Barney,
Yes.
Evan Bergeron,
Yes.
Trinity George,
Yes.
Melissa Haley, not present, Boris and Sarah, yes.
Okay, and so we have the ayes have it. So now we're out of executive session, back into the public. I must inform the public that we have Sherry Morris, our legal counsel, that's present, as well as Emily D'Angelo, our administrator. When we left out of executive session, we need to now provide the responses to our deliberations for the compliance hearings. At this time, I'll entertain a motion regarding Bianca Rawin.
I move to reverse the panel decision and approve.
It's been moved by Evan to approve. It's been, there's second.
Second.
Second by Trinity. Any public comment? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carried. I entertain a motion regarding Megan Snadegar.
I move to affirm the panel opinion and
Second.
It's been moved by Evan to affirm the panel's decision and deny. Seconded by Jamie. Is there any public comment pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion at this time regarding Mayoka Landor. Motion regarding Mayoka Landor.
Make a motion to approve the request.
It's been moved by Jamie to approve the request. Is there a second?
Second,
Second by Bora. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion at this time regarding Janine Alley Tatum.
move to affirm the panel's decision and deny.
It's
Second.
been moved by Evan to affirm the panel's decision
Second.
and deny. Second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carried. I entertain a motion regarding Joseph Price.
I make a motion to approve.
It's been moved by Trinity to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any abstentions or objections? Hearing none, motion carries. I'll entertain a motion regarding Jessica Shelton.
Based on the receipt of evidence today, I would move that the matter be deferred to the next meeting while the panel takes it under advisement.
It's been moved to defer to the next meeting
Second.
by Evan, seconded by Trinity. Any public comments pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding the impaired professional program report.
Move to adopt the report.
Been moved by Evan to adopt the report. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to the motion? Objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding correspondence CI, Jamie Bowie Eddie.
Make a motion to deny the request and grant renewal upon completion of 10 in-person CEUs and payment of the late fee within 90 days.
Second.
Been moved by Jamie, seconded by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Bonnie Hawkins.
Move to approve request.
Mm,
You made more
friendly
than one
amendment.
request, so you need to say which.
1 year.
Extend for 1 year, virtual trainings, CEUs for 40 CEUs.
Second.
It's been moved by Bora to grant the extension to obtain 40 hours of continuing education for a period of 1 year. It's been seconded by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carried. I'll entertain a motion regarding Rakesha Perkins.
Motion to deny the request and grant renewal upon completion of 10 in-person CEUs and payment of late fee within 90 days.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Kiyanta Stewart.
Make a motion to deny the request and grant renewal upon completion of 10 in-person CEUs and payment of the late fee within 90 days.
Second.
It's been moved by Jamie. Is there second by Trinity? Is there public comment pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carried. I entertain a motion regarding Sydney Albert.
Make a motion to deny the request.
It's been moved to deny the request and offering a compliance
And
hearing,
offer-
and offer compliance hearing.
Second.
Is there a second by Trinity? Second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Entertain a motion regarding our complaint D1 or D1 202342.
Move to dismiss with a letter of education.
It's been moved by Evan to dismiss the
Second.
letter of education, seconded by Jamie. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding 20231449.
Move to authorize a cease and desist.
It's been moved by board to authorize a cease and desist,
Second.
second by Jamie. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding 202402.
Move to dismiss.
Been moved by Evan to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Bora. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstention? Hearing none, motion carried. I entertain a motion regarding 202457.
Move to dismiss with a letter of education.
It's been moved by Bora to dismiss with a letter of education. I hear a second from Trinity. Is there any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding 2024-106.
Move to send back for further investigation.
It's been moved by Jamie to refer back for further investigation. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding 20254.
To dismiss.
It's been moved by Board to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I will now entertain a motion regarding Amanda Ottenberry, applying for LCSW via endorsement application.
A motion to approve.
It's been moved by Trinity to approve. Is there a second? Second by Evans. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Abba Crombie Bernard, MSW, applying for the LMSW via endorsement.
Move to approve.
It's
Second.
been moved by Board to approve, seconded by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any abstentions or objections? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Randall Burcham, applying for the LCSW via endorsement.
Move to offer LMSW through endorsement and educate him on Act 253 in case he qualifies for this.
Okay, it's been moved by Boris. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Is there any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Kelsey Connor applying for the CSW LMSW.
Make a motion to approve.
It's been moved by Trinity to approve. I hear a second from Evan. Public comment pertaining to this motion. Any objections or abstentions to this motion? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Rhonda Davies applying for the LCSW via endorsement.
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Jamie to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Bora. Is there public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions to this motion? Hearing none, motion carries. I'll entertain a motion regarding Victoria Della Rosa applying for the LCSW.
Motion to deny and offer a compliance hearing.
It's been moved by Jamie to deny and offer compliance hearing. I hear a second from Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Deidra Johnson applying for the CSW LMSW.
To approve.
It's been moved by Trinity to approve. I hear a second from Evan. Any public comment? Any abstentions or objections? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Manette Jones applying for the CSW LMSW.
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Jamie to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second on the floor by Evan. Any public comments pertaining to this motion? Any abstentions or objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Kimberly Kiefer applying for LMSWB endorsement.
Motion to offer CSW and approve LMSWB endorsement upon receipt of proof of residency as per Act 253.
Is there a second to Jamin's motion? There's a second by Evan to that motion. Is there public comment pertaining to that motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I entertain a motion regarding Francesca Sindra applying for the CSW LMSW. Been moved by Evan to approve. Is there a second to this motion? Second by Bora. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any abstentions or objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Entertain a motion regarding Kayla Baines applying for the CSW LMSW.
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Evan to approve this motion. Second? Second by Bora to approve. Any public comment? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve all applications for RSW. It's been, not mentioned in special considerations. It's been moved by Trinity to approve.
Second.
Second by Evan to approve. Any public comments? Any objections or abstentions to that motion? Hearing none, motion carries. At this time, I'll entertain a motion regarding applications for the CSW, LMSW that were not discussed under special consideration.
So moved.
Been moved by Trinity. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Is there public comment? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. I'll entertain a motion regarding applications for the LCSW not discussed in special considerations.
Move to approve.
It's been moved by Bora. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trinity. Is there public comment? Any objections or abstentions to that motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, folks. So now we are going to move right. We did
Yes, we did.
RSW, we did. Okay. All right, and so now what we're gonna do is move right on into correspondence. Correspondence, Be Inspired Counseling and Consultant, application for CE approval organization. That would be under correspondence. Any questions about this application?
I have 3 social workers with, letters of recommendation. The third letter doesn't, identify the employment of the, or the type, like if they. The third letter identifies the writer, the author as a LCSW badge. But they don't say like what type of work they do. That's the only question I would have about it. Oh, wait, there's a fourth letter. So never mind, it doesn't matter. So I make a motion to approve.
It's been moved by Jamie to approve this application. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Bora. Any public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the CE approval organization for lay behavior service, LEE or LAE.
Clarification for this one. For organizations outside of their agency, they're gonna charge $10 per CEU hour.
Thank you for following.
Social work, service provider, social work organization or school of social work. Okay, the second letter is from an advanced psychiatric advanced practitioner. Psychiatric nurse. Mhm. So I don't know if they're,
So let me ask you, Trinity, the requirement is, letters, 2 letters from social workers, correct?
From, for, CEUs, yes.
So, okay, so just want to make sure, do we have our 2 letters from licensed social workers?
is it 2 or 3?
It should be 2. But now if you want 3, we can ask for 3, but it should be 2.
Who says 3?
It says 3, yeah.
It doesn't specify.
It does, yeah.
So they have to check which
So I'm,
type of 3 types, either a social work organization, social work service
Right.
provider, or school of social work, and it says 3 letters.
you have to have 3 letters, period.
Yeah, so you have to have 3, right, Trinity?
Yes, you have to have 3 letters.
Okay,
It
so,
doesn't necessarily mean that they all have
Have
to,
to be
I
so-
needed clarification, just, you know,
Right.
from
It
C
doesn't have to
committee.
be, it doesn't have to be 3 social workers,
Right.
but you have to have 3 letters.
but they have to be one of those situations. So the
Yeah.
second letter, there's no indication that they're a school or a social worker, social work provider. Or am I misunderstanding?
So this, I think what you're reading, are you reading this
Right, 'cause I'm,
right here?
you're just looking at the front page,
That's to qualify the applicant.
right?
Okay,
And they're a social work service provider.
so they need to provide
And-
3 letters of reference from any combination of the following.
Yes,
That's what I'm reading.
yes,
Says professional social work
Right.
organization, accredited social work school,
Right.
or social work service provider.
Right. So am I misunderstanding? Or is the second letter not appropriate?
let me see, let me go ahead.
Page 13 of 44.
I'm at it. She's a psychiatric advanced practitioner.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I asked that is because one of the, it says 3 letters, and it needs to come from the combination of the following. The reason why I asked, I see 3 letters, but one of the letters, it doesn't appear that it fits that requirement.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking.
I can tell you right now.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just wanted clarification. on it. Just make sure I was being consistent.
And his third letter doesn't, I mean, it's a social worker, but they don't identify, I don't know how, I mean, it's a social worker, I'm not, it's fine.
Address.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think the one that's in question is the
Just the second
APR and
But usually we get a letter, like we know where they work or what type of services they provide, but I think it's okay, they have like their address and their credentials, so. I should be okay with that one, just not that second one.
yeah, APRN is not a social
No.
worker.
So I make a motion to
The
deny.
second individual, Shawan Thomas, no.
So there's a motion on the floor
So
to
deny.
deny this
Deny this one.
application. Are Are we denying it outright, or are we allowing the opportunity for them to provide?
They can provide, they can,
How do we want to go about it? Because we've done it both ways. Sometimes we've denied outright, and there have been times when we have,
I'm open
allowed
to a
individuals
friendly
to
amendment.
provide the documentation.
so we can do it to where we can approve and, we can approve it based on, the receipt of an additional letter, from LEI, Behavioral Services LLC. Or we can deny it and reject it altogether and offer them a compliance hearing.
So here goes. Right now, we have a motion on the floor to deny, and we had a second. So what we're gonna have to do is,
Do a roll call.
right, because at this point, we have a second. I need to open the floor for public comment for this live motion. So we have a motion on the floor to deny by Jamie, second by Evan. Now I have to open the floor for public comment. Is there public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor?
I have a hand raised from Brenda Campbell.
Brenda Campbell, you are being recognized at this time. Would you unmute yourself?
My name is Brenda Campbell, and I wanted clarification on the question. I really didn't. I'm not quite understanding at this point what the question is with the letter.
Ms. Campbell, is that a public comment? Or if you do have a question, we have several questions that's going on. So when you say to us, I need clarification on the question.
The last one. The last one.
So could you be specific as to what you are asking us? In terms of which question, ma'am? We've had several questions.
I think you were trying to clarify whether a person would need a letter or more than one letter.
So ma'am, the application is, first of all, there's an application to this. The application clearly says what the requirements are. If an entity would like to apply for the continuing education approval organization, and that information is indicated on the letter. The board has already determined, after reviewing the letter, what the requirements are. So we've already made that determination. At this time, we are entertaining comments pertaining to the motion on the floor that is to deny this request. The board has already made their determination. They've already reviewed the information as to what the requirements are to request to be in a continuing education approved provider.
No further public comments.
Okay. All right, there are no other public comments pertaining to this motion on the floor. All right, any objections or abstentions to the motion on the floor to deny? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Now, I can open up the floor to entertain another motion regarding this matter. Is there another motion regarding this matter?
I move to approve pending receipt of another letter of reference that meets the requirements of the form, which is professional social work.
Is that, yeah,
Motion would be to reconsider the prior action adopted by the board, which is to deny.
She can do that.
Yeah,
She's
and
in the
then
right to do that.
the vote to reconsider is independent of a subsequent motion that you would bring to what you just said.
Correct. She has the right to do that.
What he said.
I bless you.
Just leave it alone. And reflect.
So, okay, so if we just leave it alone, then they can reapply.
Yes.
Is that?
That can happen. They have every right to reapply, but I can't convince you. I cannot massage the way you decide to put your motion. I can't do that, right? I can't massage the way you put your motion up. but they do have the right to reapply and follow the recommendations, and the requirements on the application.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to put that out there, so you're not making a motion at this point.
Make a motion.
Okay, you don't have to, no worries. Okay, so now we're going to move forward to the next item on the agenda, which is an application from Lotus Cognition Center.
Everything looks good, but it's the first letter missing the second page. Cause if not, everything doesn't look good.
Yeah, there's no signature on it, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it's at the bottom of the page, so I'm thinking something's missing.
All right, you all, do we have a,
Which letter?
It's-
Maybe it misscanned.
On page 13 is the letter from, I don't know who it's from.
Or 19.
I'm sorry, 19, yes, 19, from,
I need to recuse myself from this
okay,
discussion, and I just looked at it. I need to recuse myself from discussion, and
okay.
so Dr. Bonnie, I'll let you take over. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So the letter that's in correspondence one on page 19 from Traig Bernardo. But it doesn't have that's what's in I'm assuming that's who wrote the letter, because that is what's in the letterhead. Very small print, but there's no signature, so.
Guess we're.
Okay, we
Oh.
did have a second page, so maybe the scanner didn't pick it up.
Okay, perfect.
Is it
And it's
signed
signed,
by
yeah.
someone with appropriate credential?
Okay.
Treg is a, LCSW backs.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Evan,
Yeah, because I don't see that either.
seconded by Bora. Any public comments?
What does the second page show?
What I just said.
It's just it's the
It's the
signature.
signature.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You want to review it before we, okay. Any public comments? Okay, we have, for the record, again, Dr. McKee recused herself. Do we have any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. We can go on to the next agenda item, which is D.
All right, and so the next item on the agenda is a correspondence from LSU Center of Evidence to Practice. For application for CE approval organization.
So in this application, they noted that they don't charge fees for completing their application forms, but they don't say anything about any other, for persons who are pre-approved providers, they have to be available to do applications for others. Is that a part of the privilege?
Yes.
So,
So, I read it maybe a little differently. It says we do not charge fees for completing our application forms.
Right.
I feel like they're saying that for anybody that applies.
oh,
Yeah.
oh,
So,
that's kind.
yeah.
And then it says, we require that all documentation is sent at least 2 weeks prior, yada, yada, that's the standard.
Okay,
And then they give them an opportunity to resolve any issues. So they're
Okay.
trying to allow them additional opportunities to solve those issues.
well, that's awesome.
So now they'll be flooded with applications.
I know, I guess I didn't assume anybody would just do it for free. Okay,
So the third letter is not signed by someone with a social work credential, but that is the social work organization. It falls under that, right? All right, okay.
That's how I see it.
That would be
Yes.
another
You said the
provider.
third letter, It's not.
Mhm.
Which one? Which third
Children's
letter?
Bureau of New Orleans.
This one
Yes.
doesn't have a credential with social.
Because I was
work
looking.
But it doesn't matter because Children's
Yeah,
Bureau is a, right?
Yes.
Social
Mhm.
work service.
With the
Many
brief.
of the letters, yeah, and it's okay because the other letters are
There's a
signed.
motion on the floor by Evan to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Social workers advocating for Dunedin.
Next item on the agenda is an application for CE approval organization for Sankofa Center.
The same field, it's fine.
Okay. Okay, make a motion to approve.
It's been moved by Jamie to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the LSU School of Social Work request for a batch training. Should be under correspondence too, I think, y'all.
Still at one.
We still at one. I went too
Still
far.
here.
Okay. Yep.
Under instructor is X, how does the organization determine if staff contract instructor in good standing with professional regulatory board? I don't see a response. Page 39. Under instructors in that box.
Appears to be missing, doesn't it? The instructor box, page 39.
I have a little typo, current LSW field supervisors. Clean that up. And then Zoom sign it form. Is that it called sign it or is it sign it? Okay, so we need to tighten up this document. I'm gonna make a motion to deny. We can resubmit.
It's been moved by Jamie to deny.
One more thing, I'm sorry, it's dated 2023.
Wait, I'm sorry, say it again.
It's dated 2023.
Oh, yes.
So,
June 16th.
yeah, there's a lot of, yeah.
It's been moved by Jamie to deny this application. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Bora. Is there public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is an ethics question by Vanessa Smith. I think that's in correspondence too.
Oh, this seemed very clear to me to be yes.
Say it again, Evan.
This seemed very clear to me to yes be a conflict of interest.
Okay. And so it sounds like, that the feedback from one of our board members regarding this question is that this does appear to be a conflict of interest. So we could very well pull up a rule, on dual relationships maybe, and cite that rule. Let's see if we can, pull that one up. I'm leaning on maybe, And we can share that one. I think that might be 317. Let me see, I need to pull that.
So I'm not clear what, like you're offering free training, but why do they have to promote their business? in free training?
I don't know, but I know that's why it's a conflict.
And this is why, well, and so Evan's pulling up the site, but it looks like it's been determined that it is a conflict of interest.
Now, it look like is it 113B?
13, yeah, I mean, you dual relationships, right? But it's also kind of exploitation, right?
Yeah,
Because,
yeah.
But if I'm just saying that she doesn't explain how she's promoting her private business. She just doesn't have to do it. She just has
Right.
to do the free training, which many social workers provide free training and don't say, give me business. So if she doesn't say, I'll be just, it's a strange stuff to me.
Yeah,
But if she does plan to promote her business, then that would be a conflict.
yeah.
But if she's just giving a training and not promoting her business.
I'm sorry, 113A.
So as it stands, it appears to be a conflict of interest and we are citing 113A. Okay. All right, so next item on the agenda is Shanda Langford, request to reinstate LMSW without testing.
So, oh. So this person was grandfathered in for the LMSW, so they never actually took the exam.
mhm.
And I was wondering, why would they just apply? But okay,
So I guess they let their license
Lapse, that's what it
Yeah.
looks like, a lapse
They
license.
want their LMSW back, but they never took the test.
right.
That's what it looks like, you know, and then there. Apparently was a CANO that occurred in 14. Terms were completed. The LMSW issued CSW, approved the secret exam. So is the ask for us to issue the LMSW exam without taking the exam?
No, it looks like from the hardship letter, the request is, so it looks like they are explaining the hardship they experienced that led to them allowing the LMSW to lapse. So they are trying to get the LMSW because they want to prepare to sit for the LCSW.
But the license, I understand, the LMSW lapsed. That's what I'm understanding when I'm reading. Okay, so we had a lapsed LMSW, correct?
Yes,
Okay. All right.
so we had a lapsed LMSW. Then they applied for LCSW. They did the CA, then they reapplied for the LMSW. They received the CSW. They held the CSW for 3 years. It expired in 2017. And they have been holding a RSW since 2017. But now they're prepared to sit for the LCSW. So they are requesting the LMSW.
Right.
That's what's happening.
I guess my question is that the individual had the LMSW and it lapsed?
Yes.
So it was
Sorry.
then in some way issued the RSW, and so is the ask now for the board to issue the LMSW so that she could sit for the LCSW. I'm just wondering, is the ask of the board to issue the LMSW without fulfilling the requirements of the LMSW?
That's how I'm reading
Yes.
it.
Okay,
So, it's not one of the-
No,
I don't think we have
authority.
we don't have the authority to do that.
So I'm gonna make a motion to deny the request.
So it's been moved by Jamie to deny the request. Would it be a compliance hearing as well? Sherry, I'm looking at you. So it would be a denial and offer a compliance hearing and made by Jamie. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Is there public comment pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, so let's move on to the next item on the agenda, regarding Timothy Page. Continuing education request. Oh, okay, I think I recall. Ask and, so Dr. Page was sending, I remember reading this. Yeah, so board, of course, y'all can deliberate on this matter. But I know that in our new proposed language as it relates to continuing education, our rules committee worked very closely on this and have already, there's some proposed rules and some changes to the language as it relates to professional educators, professors, and them getting credit for certain work that they do in an education capacity. And although that the existing rules have, we're still required to follow the existing rules that Dr. Page is citing. I do know that there's been some changes to those and some proposed changes. I'm leaning over here to Evan because I know that there's been some dialogue with some professors that were on your committee about this.
Pulling this up now, so I can see what we specifically adopted. Here we go. So 1107 is continuing education teaching credit, so not really the same thing though, right? It's,
Same.
I don't know that scholarly work constitutes teaching. I suppose that it could be read to include that, but the language here does not. So let me go back to the provision specifically about scholarly work.
Okay.
Let me just say while he's looking at the direct ask in the last paragraph is that the book that he completed of 13 chapters and 440 pages, and he put 10 to 15 hours per week over 5 years work, he would like to claim 5 CEUs for every chapter of that book and for that to be applied over the course of the next 5 years, which is a no for me.
Well, and then we don't, and then to your point, we don't have a rule to support this request either way, so right now it's just pretty much, dialogue that we could very well, right? If we wanted to send to rules committee, of course, we have a proposed rule regarding continuing education. It could be under consideration for that, but we don't have anything right now to support your request anyway. But I was leaning on Evan to see if we had anything in our proposed language for scholarly work, and I don't think so. I know we had something for creating courses and teaching classes and all of that, but I don't know anything about writing books. But
Right, so for the teaching aspect of academic work, we have a whole new section on that, but the section about preparation of written materials is unchanged. And
okay,
it says preparation of substantial written material with content applicable to social work practice, which requires literature search, research, and explication of social work content, such as writing a social work article or book for publication or a major grant application. Specific information about the nature of the written work, the effort required in the publisher or funding agency, must be provided. These activities may be counted for no more than 5 hours continuing education.
So we do have that, and I don't know if, because the sound muffles throughout the day, we do have language, but that speaks to the efforts of writing, research or literate, but not to the tune of this excessive amount of hours of the ask for this type of work. So it did not change, but we don't. So to the point of one of our board members saying that it's a denial, this very well supports the motion to deny based on what we have in our existing rules and then also what we are proposing because we didn't change it yet.
Yeah, and I just think it's a lot to say, if I write a book today, that I should get 5 hours of CEUs for every chapter for the next 5 years. To apply that work over the next upcoming 5 years.
I want to acknowledge the level of effort.
Yes.
Work that goes into this. It's a lot.
Yes,
Yes. But to me, I see it similar to when social workers say, I took this course that was 9 weeks long and it cost me $3,000. And then just for the course, I had to fly out. I got all these CEUs. Can I roll it over to the next few years? Because I spent so much time specializing in this form of therapy or something, which is commendable too, but we don't approve those. We don't let people roll over all that extensive work that they did in the trainings for X additional years. And I see it similar to that, although I believe this is a lot of work, but it's that.
So I'm hearing that, so I hear there's a motion on the floor to deny, and I hear that the board has provided, some support, some information to support the denial. Is there a second for the denial? There's a motion on the floor made by Jamie to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Let me just address too with this agenda item. It appears that this person is also requesting a policy change or a rules change. So I wanted to ask if the board found it appropriate to refer the matter to the rules committee or not.
So again, if the board would like for a matter such as this to be referred to the rules committee for review, that can happen. Evan is extending that invitation for the rules
I'm
committee to
happy
take on that work.
Yeah.
I'm happy to recommend it
Yes.
for the rules committee.
Rules, you about to get some stuff. You about to see. So we got 2 things that just came out, August 1, look like a third one, just not 2. All right, so, okay, so at this time, we will refer also to the rules committee, huh? For our further review and consideration. Okay. All right, let's move right on to the next one, Angela Abel requesting remote supervision. Yeah. All right, let's see, y'all. Okay.
Fine, I would move to approve.
Okay.
second,
Okay, it's been moved by Evan to, was it Evan that moved this?
yes.
Been moved by Evan to approve, second by Jamie. Is there any public comment pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions to the motion? Okay, hearing none, motion carries. All right, next item on the agenda, Sharon Burnett requesting remote supervision.
Some information on this one, right?
So it looked like we asked for information. Oh, wait, here it is. 2.5 hours for face-to-face supervision. Where they? She's relocating to Baton Rouge.
Alexandria.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you gotta scroll down.
Okay,
I think they kept answering questions. So
okay.
I'm okay with this.
So approve.
It's been moved by Evan to approve. Is there a second?
Second,
Second by Bora. Any public comments pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, next item on the agenda is a request from Eric Joshua requesting remote supervision.
So they're commuting 172 miles round trip?
Fine with that.
yeah, this one didn't say who the
Where?
supervisor is and,
Right.
um,
Oh, it's listed at the top, Joy, but it don't say where
Oh.
anyone is, but.
2 miles round trip.
Are we ready for a motion on this one? Okay, I'm waiting for a motion. It's been moved by Board to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions to the motion? Hearing none, motion carried. Next item is a request for remote supervision from Paige LaBeouf. And same thing with this one.
This one's the 30-minute difference. Do they identify their supervisor?
Warren Fitch, is that supervisor? They've
Who's
said you
that?
can contact them by phone or email.
See those?
Where is it at?
Yeah, at the bottom.
Last paragraph.
Lastly, I'm able to
Oh,
reach
okay,
out to
thank
my
you.
supervisor via phone, email, Lauren
Lord,
Fitch.
Fitch, I do see it.
Okay, so this one is 30 minutes.
Thirty minutes, that's
We
nothing.
did
I'm
not
not
people.
Yeah.
to agree with that.
You know,
No, I don't agree with this. It's 30 minutes.
Motion to deny.
Second,
It's been moved by Jamie to deny this request and second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions?
Object.
Let the record reflect that Evan objects to this motion. And so now we would, need to do a roll call or a vote on this matter.
Hyacinth McKee?
Wait, hold on.
Oh, without you, I'm
Not
for
sorry.
some
yet.
clarity.
Let's just see, yep.
So we are saying,
Are we objecting to the motion?
Oh, yeah, so what we're doing, so the motion was to deny.
Mhm.
And so Evan objected to that motion. So now we are going to vote whether or not we are in agreement with the
The deny.
denial.
so yes to deny and no. If
Not deny.
To not
Right.
deny.
okay,
So when she roll calls, if you say yes, it's because you are in agreement to deny,
okay.
okay?
And Hyacinth does not.
Not yet, but
Okay.
I'm probably gonna have to.
Jamie Barney,
Yes,
yes
to
to
deny.
deny.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
That's okay, it's late in the day and we've had Coke and everything to try to keep us moving.
Coca-Cola.
Evan
Oh, yeah.
Bergeron.
Coca-Cola,
No.
right?
Okay, Trinity George.
Trinity George, yes to deny.
Melissa Haley is not here. Boris and Sari, yes to deny.
So the yeas have it. So the motion carries for the denial. Okay, so the motion carries. All right, next item on the agenda is Leah Mendoza. Customer remote supervision. And okay, so this looks like a travel.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, I think you're about to say what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to approve all of these, okay, y'all, personally.
Mhm,
But we have denied people in the past
Right.
for these 30-minute each way
mhm.
distances when they say it's traffic or mileage or whatever. And I feel so badly, but I feel like we need to be consistent because there are social workers out there that were denied.
Especially with the law change.
Yes.
Like
and
this, we're working through, so it's like, it's
it's
a
awful.
little annoying.
And,
So the reality is that we are moving in a more technology friendly world, but we are still operating off of an existing rule
Right.
that did not
That's not
accommodate for that,
changed,
with the exception of what was provided to us at the time, which is the thing. And so that is a challenge, right?
It's awful.
And so as it stands, we currently are operating off the existing rule, whether it's personal or not. And I think you make a good point for that. And I don't want to take up too much time because we've been here drinking Coca-Cola, trying to save. But it's not a personal thing. It's what we have to follow off the existing rules. And people say, oh, y'all say that, but it's really true.
Right.
But we are working to address that. We've worked really hard to address that. The public has, also the board has. So to your point, we have denied individuals, because they didn't fit that existing 503H extenuating circumstances. It didn't rise to that. So with that being said, do we have a motion regarding this request at this time?
Move to deny.
So we have a motion on the floor to deny this request. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so there's a second by Bora. Is there any public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor?
No other comments.
No public comments. Any objections or abstentions? Let the record reflect Evan Bergeron has objected to the motion on the floor to deny this request. So at this time, we will need to do a roll call.
Jamie Barney.
Yes.
Evan Bergeron.
No.
Trinity George.
Yes.
Melissa Haley's not here. Boris and Sari, yes.
So the yeas have it. So this motion is denied. I mean, the request is denied. Sorry about that. All right, so now we have a requesting remote supervision from Georgette Sananaconey. I apologize if I am butchering your last name. Georgette Sananaconey, requesting remote supervision.
So I see this person where they are working, but where are they traveling to?
The office. They're traveling from South Ardenwood, but Baton Rouge.
I see where they coming from.
Yeah, but I don't know where they're traveling to.
Oh, there's another email.
Baton Rouge.
Where do you see that?
Scroll down. It says my back supervisor is Carmen E. Spooner.
That's
Where
on
do
the
you see
second
that
page.
she's in Baton Rouge?
Yeah, it says on the second page, they said the supervisor. They're responding to Regina on a second email.
I don't see Baton Rouge in there.
You just scroll down to page 22.
Yeah, it says my number is, oh,
Where, I still don't see it.
yeah, it doesn't
She's
tell
about
you where
bakery?
she's responding to.
Oh,
It don't tell you what she's traveling to.
does not.
It doesn't, yeah.
But if you were to, guess, look up people and see where their office is.
I'll make a motion to deny.
We have a motion on the floor to deny this request by Trinity. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Jamie. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Let the record reflect that Evan has objected to this motion on the floor. We need to do a roll call regarding this motion.
Jamie Barney,
Yes.
Evan Bergeron.
No.
Trinity George.
Yes.
The Haley's not here. Boris and Sari, no.
I'm happy to make the decision.
Hyacinth McKee.
I feel it's a no.
Make a motion to approve.
It's been moved by nine, so now it's been moved by Evan to approve.
Is there any room for discussion or not with the live motion?
We can do it after, if there's a second to Evan's motion.
Second.
It's been moved by Evan to approve the request.
This one?
Second.
Yes.
Second by Bora. And now, I won't do public comment just yet. I will open the floor for discussion.
Oh.
Go ahead, if you want to start talking about it.
Oh, I was about to object to it, but go ahead.
I didn't call for it yet. I didn't call for it yet, but I will call for it, okay? So now we can do some discussion.
I would like, if any, so I'm not gonna ask anyone any direct questions, but what I will say is, this request is not complete from what I'm reviewing. The other requests that we have approved today and historically give the miles that the person is traveling. And then we consider miles that are generally around an hour, around 60 miles away. And so this one, I don't see where they indicated they're traveling more than 60 miles to get to, or around it to get to supervision. And so, that is why I will be objecting, but I am open to hearing other thoughts about this and why this one would be treated different.
I agree.
But this one's treated differently from my perspective, because of the type of work.
Job. See, my
They
issue was
do.
a job responsibility.
And she did describe her duties, and so that's why I see it differently. It's not a matter of, to me, the distance between her office and her clinical supervisor's office. It's more, the casework is done
Mhm.
all over the parish and the region and across the state too, and making it back for supervision in person would be difficult at times. So that's why I voted differently on this one.
That's the exact reason why I was, that's why I said job responsibilities, when she described
Yeah.
what her job was and the hardship. I looked at the hardship more on the job responsibilities and her duty to, and her ability to perform her duties at her job.
Wasn't the mileage for me on this one. And we've approved before
Before this,
for
this type
cases
of
like
work.
this where their work is, unpredictable and
Okay.
you don't know.
That's
I
the
see,
reason.
I understand what, but I guess from reading the request, they noted that their travel time takes an hour. And they talked about the work that they do, which they did not include. And I previously worked for DCFS, so I understand what you're talking about, but they didn't indicate that in their letter. They just talked about the work that they do, not about traveling around. So, but okay, I've, heard you.
And a lot of these, I think, could be written better. I agree with that. But it's just historically what we've done. That's how I see it. And there are times they're across the state, court in Shreveport, and having to make it back.
This person hasn't indicated that they have that though. They asked for a hardship due to travel
Yes, and the
without
reason,
mileage.
the reason for my denial is, and if we're still talking about, we're still speaking about Georgette, correct? Okay, so the reason for my denial, for Ms. Georgette is, and it states here that, she's, working for DCFS, and it states, I'm writing, and I'm quoting here, I am writing to, request remote supervision using electronic communication rather than on a face-to-face platform, due to an undue burden of hardship, and it's due to the travel requiring me to travel from office to site face-to-face supervision due to the travel from the office located at 160 S. Ardenwood, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, to the site of supervision, and it takes an hour in total each trip. So she's basically stating it's due to the travel. That's the reason why. I know you stated that it's not due to travel, it's due to she's maybe going here or there because of the job, but I'm basing it off of travel.
So I think that one could argue, I'm just gonna weigh in, because we're in discussion. I think one could argue that we do not accurately have what point A is. We're making an assumption that point A of travel is in the Baton Rouge area. We're making an assumption.
Right.
That's what she said.
Point A,
Yeah, this-
Point A could very well be somewhere else in the state, to what my colleague
I agree.
was saying, that she's working on her, working with the case somewhere else. Point A could be very well in, I don't know, I'm saying
Yeah, and they're-
Alexandria.
Yeah, and there are
Right,
offices
and I
all
work
over
for
the
the agency as
state.
well.
And so I'm not
so-
certain if, for me, I'm not certain if the point A would necessarily mean that it's literally in the Baton Rouge area.
And for me, we
agree.
haven't given,
I'm
we haven't
based
used
off
our
the
biases to fill in
documentation
holes
that's
from
presented in
information that
front of
wasn't
you.
provided. She
Right, I
didn't
think
say
that-
any other points,
Right.
which is the
Always a
whole
fact.
reason I want to deny. We don't
Communication.
fill in
And
those
their
gaps.
points be taken,
Yeah.
point taken and hearing that. I think sometimes we're trying to work and understand it. But I think that, that's kind of, if we're talking about where our votes were,
Yeah,
for me, it was that.
Okay.
It's the job.
I'm looking at the
I've done
evidence
that,
as well.
I've done that with people who work in the school system too, where they don't literally say all the schools they go to, but we all know that they deal with crises in the schools and their schedules change suddenly because they have to deal with something at the end of the school day. And they can't get to their supervisor, clinical supervisor. So in these types of situations, I wish the rule would get approved.
right.
I know, it's like, it's wish we could get it, but yeah, so it sounds like we do have this live motion on the floor. We had,
Mhm.
an approved motion. We were in, discussion. We can open the floor for public comment if there's public comment here pertaining to this motion on the floor. All right, so now we gotta do objections of abstentions. Y'all hanging on, hold on, boy, we getting there. We got objections of abstention. Any objections or abstentions to the motion on the floor to approve this request? That's where we at now. Any objections or abstentions on the floor to approve this request?
Yes, okay.
Object.
All right, so we have objection by Jamie, and for the record, we're gonna note that, and then also I'm hearing Trinity over there objecting. All right, so now we have to have a roll call.
Vote.
We had the objection to the denial, and then now Evan had entertained a new motion to approve, right?
Yeah.
And so we did all of that, and so now we're at the either objection or abstention to the one that's on the floor to
Okay.
approve.
Right.
And so we got an objection from Jamie to object to approve. Trinity's kind of grumbling back there. He's got an objection going on as well. So now we gotta do a roll call. The roll call is to, if we are in agreement to approve the motion.
And we're approving or denying, we're voting yes or no to
Yes,
approving
to
the
approve,
request.
the request. Yes is to approve the request.
Jamie Barney,
No.
Evan Bergeron,
Yes.
Trinity George,
No.
Melissa Haley's not here, Boris and Sarah, yes. Hyacinth McKee.
Yes. Okay, so what's the count?
3 yeses, 2 nos.
The yeas have it. Motion is approved to approve the request. All right, so next item on the agenda is Darasha Williams requesting remote supervision. And thank y'all for hanging in. We hanging in. Darasha is asking for remote supervision.
Commuting distance, she's in Patterson. Supervisors Crystal Atkins.
Okay. I will say it was some detailed information provided. This one,
Where's she going?
on that second page, it was saying that they spoke to the anonymization of the information, secure communication, emergency protocols.
This is another
was
one they
outlined.
don't. Apparently that's not required today. So let's see what happens. It's gonna be interesting.
So we did catch that, so we did follow up with her. She said that the round trip is 300 miles. Her supervisor's in Alexandria.
Okay.
And I know we're not supposed to probably, but I did look up Crystal Atkins and she's in the Pineville area. So from,
You can look that up.
yeah, from Patterson to Pineville, that makes sense, 300 something miles.
Move to approve.
Okay, it's been moved. There's a motion on the floor to approve. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Bora. Any objections or abstentions to the motion? Any? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to ask for public comment. Any public comment to the motion on the floor to approve this request? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, next item on the agenda is a request from Angela Carter, continuing education request. Okay, 20 contact. Okay.
To approve.
So
Okay,
what time frame do we want to give this person to get the 10 in-person the additional 10 in-person CEs?
But we went a
90
year
days?
before, right? Or no, that's too much. A year is too much.
I don't have.
I think we had the 90 days.
We did have that,
Want to
yeah.
do the
Is that
consistency?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the motion would be to approve, but
Within
Approved,
90 days.
yeah.
approve within, but the licensee, y'all tell me, would the licensee would be
Approve
required?
request to complete the 10 in-person continuing education
Mhm.
units within the next 90 days.
Says I'm requesting a waiver.
Oh, well, that's not what we're gonna
And
do.
asking the board to accept the contact hours already sent.
Correct.
Oh.
So she did, yeah, she did the live virtual.
Mhm.
To the live virtual. That is different.
Mhm.
Did she do the CEs?
Drawing that motion.
Yeah,
To let the record reflect that a motion that was made has been withdrawn. The motion to approve the request has been withdrawn by Evan.
she said they were,
But apparently she submitted her
Live
20
and face-to-face.
hours.
yeah.
They were all virtual. And she's asking for us to approve all 20 of those virtual hours. I guess I'm assuming due to the hardship.
So this was one found during audit? Where did this come from?
Yes,
Okay.
it was found doing audit.
Carrie, is this one of those cases to where we could, can we, accept this as a hardship and, fine, since this is, can we fine her? But,
No.
So my concern,
and like,
It's the after effect thing.
that's my
Yeah,
concern. My concern is virtual hours were submitted when the rule specifically says that you have to do 10 in person and 10 virtual. My question would be, why not ask the board prior to you submitting all 20 of the hours virtual and ask the board for consideration and say, hey, board, I'm going through this hardship. This is what's happening. Is it possible that I can get a waiver of my in-person because of this hardship instead of uploading 20 virtual continuing education units, getting caught by the audit, and then have the board come back and say, okay, now we can retroact approve. My question is, why not ask for the hardship upfront? And then maybe the board could have considered this and allowed that, but now you've been caught by an audit, so that's a different kind of.
I have
Way to find
a
it.
workflow question. So I know when we were entering the continuing education, it asked if they were in person or virtual. Did these hours, were they put in as virtual? Or, because we'll certainly allow you to continue without the 10 in person? You see what I mean? Like,
That Dropbox.
yeah,
Can I log in?
yes.
I don't know, can I log in and not mess the Zoom up?
You might mess that up. You wanna try something, try it.
You can have other windows open.
Okay, I just didn't want to mess anything up. Okay.
Just don't share your screen.
Well,
I
that
was
was a
wondering
crisis.
if we could, do it as
So
a,
many things open right
do it
now.
as a fine.
Fine.
And, yeah, and, penalize her as a fine and still honor her request, but,
Yeah.
but let her know that we're fining you. We'll honor your request, but we're also gonna fine you. We're gonna penalize you because of what you did. You should have come to us and ask us for doing this, but you will be penalized for this.
I think for me, the fine would depend on the accuracy of how it was entered.
She listed it all as, distance learning.
Okay,
Mhm.
so I do not agree I'm not in favor of approving the request that she has it written, since she didn't request prior to. But I am in favor of the motion that was previously on the floor of just giving her the extension to do the 10 in person.
Okay, and so.
I agree with that. That's
Okay.
what I was thinking, because this is very similar to the others that got
Mhm.
caught in an audit.
Right,
This was an audit too.
right.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
And so what's your motion?
Yeah, the fine
What's your motion,
associated-
Jamie?
Make a motion to,
Yeah, pay a late fee.
Deny the.
I'm not gonna put that in my motion.
Oh, well, because they said similar to the others, so she's not.
Yeah,
putting-
but this was
It was a
a
hardship.
hardship with a death.
Right.
So one second, so Jamie, please, state your motion.
I am moving that we approve, Ms. Carter to have 90 days to complete, 10 in-person CEUs.
So are you first denying this request, Jamie? Okay, so this request is denied, but you are allowing say that again, an
90
extension?
days,
90
a
days.
90-day extension to obtain the 10 required in-person CEUs.
Okay, y'all hear that motion on the floor? Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Evan to that motion. Is there an objection? Is there public comment to that motion?
Oh, I have a hand raised from Michelle Gidry.
Michelle Guidry, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, or good evening, rather. Just to clarify, I think I agree that with the hardship of the death, that there should be some extenuating circumstances, but we need to stop going to wanting to find people without knowing. I didn't know that the lady had a death until Dr. Barney mentioned that. So I think we need to kind of look at, like Dr. McGee mentioned this morning, looking at each individual social worker circumstances. So thank you.
Is there any other public comment pertaining to the motion? On the floor? Any objections or extensions? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay. All right, next item on the agenda is a request from Paul De Ganji. Paul De Ganji. Okay, so Paul De Ganji is asking.
I don't know
for
what this
continued
thing, I'll just
education.
write it down.
To complete.
So he said, oh, 10 online, okay.
What? Okay. Okay, I'll just write it down.
All right, Donna, and so it might be locked. It might be locked.
So just look at it.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, all right.
So this person left the state June 5th and returned August 11th. When was the rule up about that was last year? About the 10 being in person?
Yes, we've always had the 10,
I'm sorry, when was the emergency rule lifted? That was 2020?
Oh, yeah, that was, we extended it till August 31st of 2023, I believe.
2023. Okay, so they had from September 1st, 2023
Mhm.
to
Till
August 31st, 2024.
2024. Uh-huh.
Okay, so I am open to an extension because they need 7 more hours as of this date. So wait, what are they asking for an extension or are they asking to use them virtually?
Extension of time. Yep, they're asking for an extension of time to complete their required in-person CEUs. For renewal of their license.
I'm okay with the extension. I'm open to y'all thoughts regarding a fine with this situation since they had the whole year and waited until they returned August 11th before. I think a fine is necessary.
August 30th, which is the deadline.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and motion to approve their request to extend 90 days to complete the required in-person CEs with the fine for the late renewal.
So the motion is to approve the request. Say it again,
Approve the request for an additional 90 days to obtain the required 10 in-person continuing education units with a fine at the cost of the late renewal.
I mean, technically, they're gonna be renewed during the late renewal period, so they're subject to the late renewal.
But they're getting us the late, but they don't, because usually when you renew late, you still put your CEUs and they were done on time.
Yeah, okay.
So we're approving the extension to do the CEUs. I guess that would be the difference. With the fee they getting for renewing late. Already. Right?
Because you can't complete the renewal until they finish the continued.
is there a second to that motion? It's been seconded by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to that motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, next item on the agenda is a continuing education request from Ruth Landis. And so let's see. Waiver CE hours to be extended to all online classes. Okay.
Requesting a full-on waiver, not a.
Okay.
That's what
Yeah,
that's what she said.
Yeah.
So we can't give that, right? Like, we can't give you a full on waiver. The rule doesn't allow us that wiggle room.
And they're requesting this middle of August.
And that's, I'm wondering, just, just wish people would be a little bit more proactive in submitting.
So what they did say their goal was to complete the 20 between the date of the request and August
Yeah, August
31st.
31st, yes.
Did they?
I guess we don't,
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know.
yeah. But it is a waiver
They want all of it waived, so like they want.
to to do all of them
They
online.
want all online to be counted, and
You can't.
but I'm wondering, consistently we've been granting this extension, would it be the board's pleasure to consider dialogue about granting extensions?
I'm agreeable to the extension without the fine based on the hardship they express.
I agree with that.
Okay, so is that a
That's a
motion?
motion, yes.
It's been moved to grant the extension to licensee
Um,
for 90 days.
I'm thinking about extending it. What do you think?
Do 6 months. Instead of 90 days out.
Hmm?
Out. Yeah, 6 months. Give
So
them
let's
6
do a
months.
6-month extension on that one
So your motion
Instead of
is
excessive
to,
hardship.
because of the hardship.
Yeah, the hardship, 6 months. 6
so your
months.
motion is to grant the extension for this individual to complete their continuing education units. You're giving them 6 months?
Yes.
Okay, so what are they completing? The 10 in person because
All
they have.
20, because to be honest, I'm not sure if they did any of the 20. So that's why I'm thinking 6 months instead of the 3 months, because other people been trying, we giving them 3 months to do 10
Uh-huh,
in person, but this person may need all 20. So
okay.
I'm open to giving them a little more time.
They have to complete all of it.
Yeah, so they need to complete all 20 of their required hours for the last period that closed within 6 months, and they're gonna still need to do the 20 for the next period before August 31st, 2025.
And I think it's important for the licensee to know that there's the 10 that's required in person, and then there's the 10 that's required virtual, so you have that. Okay, all right, is there a second to that
Second.
motion? Seconded by Trinity Public Comment. Any objections or abstentions? Motion carries. LaShonda Ellis has a request for supervision.
A lot of hours. But sorry. Documents weren't provided, contract wasn't done, it's another one.
Okay.
There's a lot to chew on this, right? There's a lot of information to digest on this particular request. And so it says to obtain from September 11, 2023, I'm assuming to May 25th, 2024. Am I assuming that? I didn't see 2024 as the date, but we can make a reasonable
Yeah,
assumption or.
here, the hours in
doing that.
question are September 11th,
It's
2024, May 25.
So we have some missing information here, requirements that's here. That's required by supervision, do we have any, are we still are we discussing, still reviewing, or are we ready for a motion at this time? Okay, I'll open the floor for motion.
Make a motion to deny and offer her a compliance hearing.
There is a motion on the floor made by Trinity to deny and offer compliance hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Oh, we do? Sorry.
Well, we have the backs, Deborah Dublin.
Okay, so at this time, I will open the floor for public comment. What's the person's name?
Deborah Dublin or Dublin?
Yes, Deborah Dublin. I hope we're saying your name correctly. You have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I am the back supervisor for Ms. Ellis. And as indicated in the letter that I wrote, I completed two prior supervision contracts with Ms. Ellis. And there was a third one that was sent, but it was not sent to the email that I used for my backs. It was sent to River City PCS and it went to spam. I did not see that. And so when it was brought to my attention by Ms. Ellis and we spoke to someone at the board, we had a long discussion. So I eventually went and completed that one. But as you see, I had completed two prior ones. And Ms. Elliott I started supervising her in March of 2023 towards her LCSW for the supervision. And the work hours, and she was employed at an agency that I'm familiar with and have visited and supervised her at. And so that's a total of, over 1,400 hours, work hours that she will lose because of the oversight. And I am asking for it, some understanding in this and allow her to keep those employment hours that she accumulated, as well as my back supervision that I provided for her during those times.
Okay, Miss Deborah, if I'm saying your name correct, ma'am, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Back Supervisor Dublin, you are at your 2-minute mark for your public comment. Thank you for your comment. Any other public comments at this time pertaining to this motion?
LaShonda Ellis.
Ms. Ellis, you have 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. My name is LaShonda Ellis, and I am the person so that I can prepare for my exam. The only reason why I found out that I didn't have everything wasn't complete is because I was trying to test early because I've been studying since I graduated. And whenever they told me that the thing wasn't done complete on her end, well, if Miss Deborah can even account to, like, I would always ask her, Miss Deborah, this thing looks funny. You think it's completed? And she would look on her end and it would say completed, but it was the wrong contract. It wasn't the current contract that we were in, but I knew it looked funny because there's another girl that I work with that's getting hers as well. But I was like, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe mine's not there because she was ahead of me. So I did not understand that it wasn't right. And the only way I found out is I called to the office to try to test early. And they told me that I wasn't eligible because my thing wasn't completed. And I was like, oh my gosh, I've been working too hard for this. Like, this is a dream that I've been working for. And I just don't want to lose it because of a computer issue. Like, there should be a way that they send you an email or something that says that this is not complete. And it not just go to her, but to me as well. That way I could have prevented this issue. I mean, maybe that could be a precedent started with me.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis, for your comment. At this time, are there any other public comments pertaining to the motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, what's the motion on the floor?
The motion on the floor is to deny and offer a compliance hearing. Are there any other public comments pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions?
I object.
Let the record reflect that there's been an objection made by Jamie Borney regarding this motion to deny At this time, we'll need a roll call.
Jamie Barney,
No. Right,
Yeah, meaning that you objected,
Yeah,
so
no.
you mean no,
Yeah.
you don't want the denial, so no, right?
Evan Bergeron,
Yes.
Kennedy George,
Yes.
Melissa Haley's not here, Boris and Zeri, yes.
Okay, so what's the count?
3 yeses, 1 no.
Thank you. We have 3 yeses, 1 no. The yeas have it. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is a supervision request from Dorothy Alexander. And
It's two.
thank you, thank you. That would be 3, huh?
Excuse me.
I'm going to 3.
Oh, three. I'm going back to the wrong one.
Okay, hold on one, let me see. Hold it. Wait.
I don't see that. Two.
Okay, all right, so. Okay, at this time, we reviewed this. Is there any motion regarding this request?
So this one, the issue was with the agency supervisor not completing it. Like the person started the supervision. So like the last situation, this person, the social worker started the contract inserted me, but someone else didn't complete their portion, right?
The difference was last one was the backs, this one's the agency supervisor, right?
Yes,
Okay.
but it's the same.
To me, that sort of makes a difference, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I see it a little differently too.
I will say that the supervision committee, as we hear, we've been kind of going through, and I'm hearing that the committee members are watching our meetings to pick up things and scenarios. And that is one of the biggest things that we've been talking about is this step with the agency. Like, is the agency fulfilling what they're supposed to be doing and how that could be a delay and a barrier of the process? And so we've been having some dialogue about that.
Right.
If y'all are talking about the agency.
So even though the agency supervisor is a BAC, you still see it as different?
Well, I see the culpability more on this backs who should know better. And this is the issue that we keep having with backs who shirk their responsibility under the Practice Act and under the rules. This person is a backs and should understand the way that this works.
Right.
So it's worse that an agency supervisor is not going to complete this information.
Right.
It's worse on them.
Do we have any more?
Yeah, I think the part
Dialogue.
for me that makes it similar, I just want to clarify, I'm gonna treat this one the same way as I would the other one. For me, it's the social worker did what they were supposed to do, and if someone else didn't, but that is the one who's bearing the brunt, like we all discussed.
Talk about
Right,
that.
so with this one, the agency supervisor didn't complete their portion for whatever reason. And so I don't think, not giving this person credit for the hours they did and their backs completed their portion, I'm okay with that.
I struggle with these because I hate that the supervisees get penalized,
Right.
basically.
Mhm. I hate
And
it.
I hate that. And I
Right.
think backs should be held accountable. There should be impacts and ramifications and all that.
A list somewhere.
Because sometimes it's frequent flyers and the usual people that do it, but
Right there.
I also feel that historically, we have been, saying, well, no, offer them a compliance hearing. And if we start making exceptions in some cases, sometime, and it's very similar cases, just in the past months, we've said no compliance hearing.
Okay.
So I struggle with this. I
Yeah.
really do, because I don't think these supervisees, I mean, they've spent their time, energy, money, all of that, plus learning their jobs and dealing with their families. And I just wanted to say that, y'all.
So can you just refresh my memory? Because I do want to make sure we're consistent and fair, and we see a lot of different situations. So when persons have demonstrated the evidence that they did all they were supposed to do in the beginning, we still have been sending them to the compliance hearing to make sure we have it? Or was it just when we didn't have everything, we were, you see what I mean? Because I do want to be consistent, so.
It seemed like to me that y'all had approved some when it was the agency supervisor. When the LMSW and the BACs did what they were supposed to do.
Thought so too, yeah.
And it was the,
Agency, we would approve in the
So,
beginning. yeah.
but what I don't remember about that decision is if the agency supervisor was also
A base.
BACs. But just because they have the designation BACs doesn't mean that they're supervising
Yeah,
LMSWs. They could just be the
administrators.
agency, right?
Okay.
I just want to bring y'all to concern, like, again, our supervision committee has expressed concerns regarding, and we are doing work to remove that as a barrier, because we get that a lot. The agency or the HR person, whoever, don't do what they're required, and it may serve as a barrier. And we have been discussing it as concerns, not to, just letting y'all know, we need to address that. That's one of the issues. Yes, Jenny?
I believe that we as social workers, and I believe that we need to have some type of course for our backs and our licensees. I know that we have a supervision contract. I know many licensees and back supervisors expressed that they may have been unaware that it existed and they didn't know that they had to sign it. But maybe needs to be a course in which that licensee and that back supervisor can take some type of document that licensee and supervisor can sign upon that initial meeting where he or she will meet their new licensee upon taking that role when they first meet, and say these are the responsibilities that backs and that licensee will have, and that backs becomes that mentor to that licensee, and these are those responsibilities that they're going to have for that 2-3 year period. And I think that will hopefully stop some of these issues that we see, and some of these questions that the licensees come to us with, because we see many issues. There's so many things that we see on these online platforms, and so many questions that I've in the field, in the community that I've been posed with.
So I will say this, and then we can open the floor for if there's a motion pertaining to this item on the agenda. I will say that the supervision committee is reviewing that. We appreciate that comment. I think there is some space and dialogue about professional development and how to reshape their professional development. We do have a supervision consultant that does provide training to BACs. And so looking at maybe incorporating that in some of the training as well. So thanks for that recommendation. So at this time, do we have a motion regarding Dorothy Alexander's request, y'all? Where are we with Dorothy Alexander?
I make motion to approve.
So it's been moved by Jamie to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan to approve. Any public comment pertaining to this motion?
Michelle Guidry's hand is raised.
Michelle Guidry, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to say, we talked about a case this morning where the social worker actually did harm to the client. In the case of back supervision, the LMSW is my client. And so if I don't do my job as a BACS, I'm harming the LMSW. And so I need to be held accountable for that. And so I guess my next question is for you guys is, wasn't there a new rule being proposed by the supervision committee that y'all were going to consider the removal of a BACS if in these cases?
So this probably is a more appropriate question for the supervision committee, but we are currently reviewing things right now, and we are reviewing the entire chapter 5. And so there's a lot of things that we've been covering in that chapter 5 at this time. So, all right, any other public comments pertaining to the motion on the floor? Okay, no other public comments. Okay, any objections or abstentions to the motion on the floor to approve? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is Shamika Bailey supervision request.
Kleenex in that box.
Thinking about ending this meeting.
Either Kleenex in that box.
Stop it tomorrow. Okay.
Burn through the
I
hole.
want to get through, let me just say for
We'll take a quick
the
break.
record, what I'm thinking about doing for the record is getting through all of this correspondence and possibly asking the board to table board staff matters till tomorrow, okay? So I just want to let you know what I'm thinking about. And so as we get to the point, like we'll do the last few correspondences and then table board staff matters and add that to tomorrow. We do have the privilege to do that. I'm reading behavior, body language. It's been a long day. So let's go right to Shamika Bailey supervision request.
I blow my nose. I'll step out if I have to. I'm just tired. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Applicants. That's what I get.
Yeah.
So
At the appropriate time, I'll go to.
So at this time, there's a motion on the floor to deny this request and offer a compliance hearing. Is there a second? Second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor? Any objections or? Yeah, it was moved by Evan to deny, second by Trinity. No public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor. Any objections or abstentions to this motion? All right, hearing none. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is a request from Angela Bellinger, supervision request. And employment, change, professional verification record, and we have documentation from the employer on a letterhead from the employer. Well, from a licensed social worker employed by
So what
one
is,
of the employers.
so the screenshot, this was them completing it?
That's what it looks like because I see West Jefferson Medical Center in it. That is the new employer, correct? That's the newer. The previous employee was from another agency. The new employment the question is to West Jeff. This is a screenshot saying that it was completed.
So okay, so it's saying that she changed employment in August and an updated supervision contract wasn't submitted until March of 2023. So that's one issue where she could potentially lose the hours from August 26, 2022 to January 1st, 2023. And then she did a professional experience verification record October 3rd, 2022. So she thought that was the supervision contract, maybe?
It's like-
That was happening?
That's what I'm getting from it.
Okay.
So she made every attempt and effort.
No, she didn't.
She didn't.
I'm sorry. She did. I think she thought she was doing the right thing,
Yeah.
if that's what you're saying?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
I just wanted to be clear that this isn't a situation where she started the contract and someone else didn't complete it. Okay, so she, because we're required to get the professional experience and the contract. And it looked like she did one, she initiated. So when she worked with NAMI, everything was done without issue.
right.
It was just when she switched employment. Okay, I'm finished. If anybody else got a question.
Are we still at review or are we ready for a motion? I'm gonna open the floor for a motion if we're not in review anymore.
I can put forth a motion unless somebody else got questions.
Anybody has a motion? Who has a motion?
I make a motion to deny the request.
So
Second.
it's been moved to deny an offer compliance hearing. Made by Jamie. Is there a second?
Second.
Evan,
Yeah.
second. Public comment pertaining to the motion.
I have a hand raised by Shamika Bailey.
Shamika Bailey, public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor. You
Yes.
have four.
Yes, ma'am. My hand has been up since y'all did mine. You didn't ask for a public, for you to be able to say something. My hand was up the entire time and y'all just kept going right on through. I sent a message through the host and the panelists and nobody acknowledged me trying to say something when they had voted on my case.
And
My
was
hand
not
has been
up.
up.
I would have recognized it.
Well, it's been up the entire time. If y'all don't know how y'all can go back and look, or even the recording to where she said public comment, like you've been saying, you didn't say that on mine, but I put my hand up.
Yes, ma'am. We hear your public comment. Do you have a public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor?
I do not. That's what I'm saying. Mine got skipped. So that's why I'm asking. I don't know what needs to happen.
Madam Chair, since Ms. Bailey believes that I was dilatory in my work, I would move to allow her to make her public comment now.
So what I'll do is right now is, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is open the floor for public comment pertaining to the motion made in the matter regarding Angela Bellinger. Once we get through that, then I'll make a decision whether or not we will open the floor for public comment or anything else pertaining to the agenda, because we've already moved on to the next topic. So at this time, if someone wants to still be around, and if I open the floor for public comment and they want to do that, we will entertain that. But right now, I'm looking for public comment for Angela Bellinger's motion right now on the floor, which is to deny and offer a compliance hearing. Do we have any public comments pertaining to Angela Bellinger's request at this time?
Bailey's hand is still raised.
Okay, so Ms. Bailey, you have the.
Down.
Okay, so it's not, okay, any other public comment? Any objection or abstention to the motion on the floor pertaining to Angela Bellinger?
I'm sorry. Okay.
All right, any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to turn over to the board and ask the board if they would like. I'm happy to open up the floor for 2 minutes to allow Ms. Bailey to speak. But it will just be on public comment. It will not be that motion has already been passed as it is. But I'm happy to open up the floor if the board is okay with that, to allow her 2 minutes to speak.
I think
Will
that's
do.
appropriate.
All right, so at this time, Ms. Bailey, you have the floor for public comment.
Okay, yes, ma'am. You're saying I have the floor for public comment, but you can't go to see the webinar chat where I was typing in saying my hand is up for public comment, but she didn't ask for it. You can't see that? Because I just don't think this is fair. I've already been in enough with what's happening with me. And now y'all are doing this. This is like, it makes no sense. I've been on the phone since 8:30 this morning. Then I came back at 3 o'clock, back at 4:30.
Ma'am, I'm going to turn off the mic. I'm
just asking a question, ma'am. I'm asking a question.
I'm not gonna do this back and forth. I'm going to chair.
I'm not trying to do back and forth. I'm just asking a question.
No longer permitted to offer a public comment. You have been provided that opportunity. You have not taken that opportunity to do just that. So I have to, at this point, move forward with my meeting. If I decide to open up public comment at the end of the meeting, at the pleasure of the board, I will do so. At this time, your public comment period is now closed. We will move on to the next item of the agenda. Angela Dasso, supervision request.
That's on, wait.
We've already approved we already did the denied compliance hearing for Angela Bellinger.
Yes.
Now we're on Allison Dasso, supervision request. We're on the next item on the agenda. Okay, so Allison Dasso is requesting for supervision. Oh, I see your question because it says Adler on the email.
Okay, yeah,
That's why. So I'm thinking that might be the same person because
Right.
she signed as Allison. Email says Allison Adler.
Okay.
Okay, so this individual is formal request for board to review. Okay. Supervision lead at New York City Health Hospitals. Okay. Let's see, we have any support.
Do we have a time frame where we are expected to get the termination of supervision from when or was that with the new rules? That they were responsible to turn the termination in.
That's.
I feel like I recall, okay, that's new, okay.
That's gonna be the new ones, because we have that specified.
Okay.
Because I don't have it in front of me. I think it's within 60 days of the termination.
Okay.
But I don't have it right in front of me, and I don't wanna quote it, but
That's, okay.
that's something that we were looking at.
But at this point, based on what's being submitted now, being that it's a couple of years from when it terminated it, we don't have anything
So they did supervision when she was out of the state. And so so now she's in the state and she wants,
Right, I
so
just,
they filled out our out-of-state supervision.
oh,
form.
they're just filling it out now, cause she's just, but this wasn't, okay. Okay, I got it, thank you, Emily, I'm wrong. And so I see a note that, they had multiple entries where they did more than 2 hours at a time. So do we know how many hours? Did someone add that up?
Why are the purple ones highlighted?
Because you can do a maximum of 2, and those are over 2 hours.
Oh, that's 2.5 or is that 25?
It better be 2.5.
Oh,
So if we were to approve the request, do we need to modify these hours that are beyond 2 to just 2? Can we only give them credit for 2?
Yeah,
So that would
Because
have
it
to be
was over
recalculated, yeah,
the requirement. Yeah.
and the frequency that they were meeting.
want me to add them up real quick? My handy dandy calculator. Well, all we gotta do is a little subtraction. How many hours did they say, 40?
3.5.
Oh, you did, okay.
No, yeah, that's the overage.
2, yes. How many hours they said before? 41? It's 37.5. Yes. Okay, so we need a motion to.
Yes, I thought you had I thought we were waiting on the number.
Oh, it was 37.5.
Okay, thank you. All right, so do we have a motion on the floor regarding this request?
Motion to approve 37.5 hours of supervision completed in New York.
Okay, motion to,
Second.
it's been seconded, motioned by Jamie to approve 37.5 hours of supervision completed in New York. Wait,
the email
wait,
says
so the-
39.5.
Email, she has 2 employers in New York, and one was the 41 hours, and then the other one
It's 39.
is 14 hours.
So the one in New York,
That's 39.5. Yeah, on the email.
okay, so
Does say 39.5.
I don't know what her email say, but I know the record she provided, they noted 41 hours, but there were multiple times.
It was over the
Y'all, when we talked about.
it was over the 2 hours.
We can hold this.
There were multiple times that it was over that 2
Yes.
hour
We were saying they
requirement,
can
so
only get 2 hours.
They can only get 2 hours max. Yes. And so we subtracted the overage. That's how we got 37.
you see the record, Sherry, the psychotherapist.
But you're right about the second request. I guess we could, you think we should combine it to one motion? The second hours?
So we still have a motion on the floor without a second. I heard Jamie motion, so if we don't get a second, it will die. That's okay. So is there a second? So Jamie's
What was the
motion.
motion again?
To approve the 37.5 hours from New York.
Second. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Let it die.
Wait, I'm sorry. I
Was in a hurry.
Signal. That's okay. So now that.
me where I am, and I'm trying to say, leave me
That's
alone.
all
I'm
right.
meeting, and I'm sorry, okay.
All right, no worries. So
we'll leave
now
it in the
that, now the
situation.
motion is second.
Nothing wrong with it.
So it's been moved by Jamie to approve 37.5 hours of supervision that was earned in New York. It was seconded by Bora. Is there any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Okay, is there any objections or abstentions to the motion on the floor?
Wait, hold on. Y'all done confused me.
So Jamie, your motion was,
Y'all have confused me.
well, I'm only going by your motion now.
Oh, yeah, I know, but when somebody brought up the second hours, now I'm looking at this, I don't see what she was saying, so I'm confused.
I agree, and so,
Okay.
but somebody seconded your motion.
Oh, yeah.
So I have to go through the process.
Seconded, and then I seconded again.
Yeah, so what happened is that somebody seconded, I have to still go through the
Right.
process
See the
of it.
paperwork.
And y'all, we can decide what happens, right?
That's the page I was looking at.
So so the 2022 supervision that occurred, that's Jamie's total.
Right.
Okay.
But she had some others that wasn't on this record that she submitted with Megan Edges.
I don't see that in the CERTA meeting.
Me neither.
So it was a second by Bora for Jamie's motion of 37.5.
It's a
I
line, it's
opened
there,
the
right?
floor for public comment pertaining to that motion because it's live. We didn't see any public comment, for this motion. We'll double check first before I close that period pertaining to that motion, to this motion. And so now we will call for any objections or abstentions to this
Okay.
particular motion. And I didn't hear any objections or abstentions, right? So that means that motion carries. So we went through that. All right. So now, are there any other motions pertaining to this request? Okay, so hearing none, the motion would carry.
It was fine. I'm sorry, y'all, I just got a little confused at the end.
All right, so
Yes,
now we have
okay.
a supervision request from Jasmine Jackson. Um,
Okay.
okay, so now. Okay, over this one, okay.
You have to inform the board via phone or email. And afterward, a new contract would be posted to my CertaMe account. That's not right.
Yeah, which one?
So I'm in the I'm in the third paragraph.
I'll change the
Okay.
employment, I follow protocol, my bags encourage me to complete the proper steps to serve me, complete the contract, okay, after uploading.
Next paragraph.
Okay,
Yeah, the little short one.
1, 2, 3.
inform the board via phone, email, and afterward, a new contract will be posted to my CertaMe account, which is not clearly stated in the handbook on CertaMe. I don't understand that. The
Yeah.
rabbi time.
That's not right.
Okay, okay. Hmm.
Let me start from the beginning.
Okay.
2, 13, 23. Okay.
Same to me.
So they didn't include all these emails and stuff they referenced?
What's your question, Jamie? You said they
So
didn't.
they noted that they are talking about different reviews done by multiple people, and I'm like emails, but I don't see any of that. Like what charts were reviewed?
Here's this BPO compliance hearing.
Yeah.
It's too confusing.
So, and I'm trying to make heads and tails of it and, are we at review still, or are we opening the floor for motion?
I'll make a motion to deny an offer compliance hearing.
Second.
This is a motion on the floor made by Trinity to deny an offer compliance hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Now we have a request from Jade Stevens regarding supervision request. Jade Stevens.
That's still in here, so I was looking at that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, there we go.
Oh,
We have to jump one, okay?
Oh, thank
When you scroll, you gotta keep scrolling down.
Okay. This person has had 5 supervision contracts, and 3 of them have problems. Okay.
We can also ask for when the, oh, no, can't do that yet. I'll do that once, I have something I want to ask about this matter once the motion is made.
When somebody's working part-time, they can get supervision hours.
Yeah,
For part-time.
yeah. I don't recall any.
Yeah, I didn't
It's
see
just
any
with-
change, but that they can, but some people have 2 part-time. So yeah,
Okay.
part-time, some
Okay,
days
as long as
or
they're
PRN
working
somewhere, as
full-time,
long as they're
okay.
working, they can get that. Yeah, so like we're getting 2 jobs.
Well. There's January to June to May of 23. Then they went to Visit America in June. So I'm not sure they were working full-time.
But I don't think that's a requirement, to be working full-time to do supervision.
It used to be.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
It
it's-
used to be, but I think it has changed.
It's changed since then.
Okay,
6.
still in review, just trying to
Yeah.
gauge the time.
Yeah.
Okay, we're still in review.
Although I did read this the other day, it's a lot.
In so many situations, somewhere similar to it. Okay.
For this.
Okay. So. Can I start with the part I'm okay with? Okay, so she has 5 contracts. The 5th, so 2 of them are fine. The 5th one with New Beginnings Behavioral Health. She started supervision October 2023. She added the contract December 2023. The Bax did his part December 2023, but the agency supervisor waited until June before they did their part. Even though it was submitted to them in January not within the 60 days. The employment verification. Okay, so, oh boy, let me back up. Okay, so the employment verification was submitted in January, December 24. So there would be like okay, so for the 5th contract, the New Beginnings behavioral contract, I'm willing, y'all want a motion for all these separate, can we do that or no? What's it like? Hold on.
Well, you could put your motion forward,
Okay.
and then see how it goes from there.
So I want to make a motion to approve the supervision and the work hours from New Beginnings Behavioral Health from October, I'm sorry, from give me one second, sorry. From November 4th, 2023 to January 4th, 2024.
November 4th, 2023 to January 4th
Yes.
of 2024. There's a motion made on the floor by.
Are you confused where I'm getting that from?
No, go ahead, I stepped out. So just-
Okay.
So there's a motion made on the floor by Jamie to approve supervision and work hours from New Beginnings Behavior Health from 11/4/23 to January 4th, 2024. Is there a second? Hearing no second, I'll call for the second again. Hearing no second. Hearing no second, the motion dies. Okay, now we go back to review.
I'd like to discuss that.
Let's discuss
We
what
go
you got
back
it
to
from.
review.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
go back
yeah.
there.
So the 5th one, the supervisee did everything they were supposed to do, but they were 2 weeks late and a couple of weeks off the 60-day mark in sending the employment verification form to their employer. So they sent the supervision contract within 60 days, but they sent the employment verification form in January 2024. So backdating that 2 months would be the November 4th
Okay,
to January 4th.
okay, yeah. But
Since that one wasn't done timely because of the job, the employer, the employment supervisor.
oh, yeah, make your motion, I'll second.
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have brought it done.
Yeah, but then can we talk about the other ones too?
That's why I was thinking of them separately. That's why I was just wanting to put the motion for just that one, because I see them as separate situations and I don't think I'm agreeable to the other ones, but it's either way.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to know is, do you have a problem with the other ones? Because I'm trying to map it out in my head for myself
Yeah.
and understand all of this.
I'm just trying to eat an elephant bite by
Yeah,
bite.
yeah.
Okay,
I
so,
just didn't want to know where you were going with.
oh
it,
yeah,
so.
no, that's why I was asking how did she want to do it? But I was just breaking it up.
So I'm seeing that it was, you were trying to chunk it, right?
Right.
So do you have another motion at the time?
That was, Just, I would be repeating the same one.
She's asking.
But you have every right to do that.
Mm,
Okay, I'm
Okay.
just saying, yeah, if you have every right to do that, right?
We could just kind of talk it, I don't mind doing it either way.
Okay.
I just to try to see
So
what
you
works
want,
best for
you
everybody.
wanna wait, so, okay,
I'd prefer to talk about it
okay,
because, my brain doesn't
all right.
work as well and it's late.
I know, it's late, I know, we're gonna
And
be
when there's a
ending
lot
very
of
soon.
information to digest, I'd rather
Right.
talk about it and then it's okay to make motions piece by piece, but I wanna know where you're going with it.
So let
Okay.
me, let me say this. Can I offer this to the board? Can I offer this to the board to table this to tomorrow? Or do y'all wanna
I would have
proceed with
finished
this?
it, like, can
You
we
wanna
just
finish
finish?
it? Okay, I just wanted to ask, I wanna offer that. All
Okay,
right, let's
that's
keep
me.
going.
It's up to-
All right, no worries. So, all right,
I'll be
keep
starting
moving
from
on that.
scratch tomorrow.
So, you're in discussion and review. All right.
Y'all, I mean,
Okay.
did you hear what I was saying? I'd like to discuss the whole thing first to
Mhm,
kind of get a feel for,
Okay.
Okay,
the
Okay, no
logic.
worries. I just was extending that to the
And,
board.
so for the, okay, so the first employment, no issues, right?
Mhm.
Then the second contract with New Vision Behavioral Health.
Mhm.
So they started supervision January 2023,
Mhm.
but they didn't they didn't take any steps with the employment verification until September 20th, 2023.
Right,
So they would lose January to July.
right.
I think that would be a denial from my perspective.
Mhm.
From the third employer was Volunteers of America. They started, this is the same supervision, even though it's a separate contract, but started the same day. Then they changed employers in June
Mhm.
and added a contract in September, which is a little longer. And the Backs did their part September 20th. And the employment verification was started September 27th. And they would lose June 5th to July 27th, 2023,
Mhm.
which is like a month and a half, which I don't see a rationale for them not to lose it.
Yeah.
So I would deny contract 2 for January 26th to January 2023 to July 2023. I would deny contract 3 for VOA from June 5th, 2023 to July 27th, 2023. And I would approve contract 5 with New Beginnings from July 4th, 2023 to January 4th, 2024.
That's why it's best to tackle them all
And
separately.
going forward.
It's best to tackle them all separately.
Well, explain to me July 4th, though.
Because that would be 60 days from when the supervisee did everything they were supposed to do. Because the supervisee sent the employment verification to the employer January 4th, 2024.
Yeah. Okay. January 4th, 2024.
That wouldn't be July 4th, 2023.
That's.
I mean, I'm sorry, did I say July?
6 months.
November? I meant November. I don't know what I said.
Oh, yeah, that's why I didn't understand July.
I didn't say no. Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
said July. Okay, no, I agree.
The
with that.
motion I did the first time was that July?
The motion you did the first time was November 4th, 2023 to
Okay.
January 4th,
That's what I meant.
2024.
I'm sorry.
That was the motion that you made.
Okay, yes,
before.
I'm sorry, November.
And so, have any other thing you want to bring up regarding this matter?
So Jamie, the one that you're right now, what you're thinking is approving what you said last time, November 4th, 2023 to January 4th, 2024.
Yes,
And
But
none
that's
of
what
the
she said,
others.
right?
none
and
of-
denying the other two.
and denying the others. Okay, I want to
Yes.
make sure that I got it right.
That's my thoughts.
Is that a motion? And if so, are we chunking it or?
I'm okay with the motion if there's no other discussion.
Yeah,
I have no other
So
discussion.
at this time, I'm going to open the floor to a motion regarding this matter. So what's the motion, Jamie? Are you?
Yes, I'm gonna make a motion to deny the supervision from New Vision Behavioral Health from January 26, 2023 to July 19, 2023. To deny the supervision from Volunteers of America from June 5th, 2023 to July 27th, 2023. And to approve the contract from New Beginnings Behavioral Health Services effective November 4th, 2023.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jamie, but also we're denying and offering a compliance hearing as well
Yes.
to address those denials. And then there's a second by Evan on the floor. Is there public comment pertaining to this motion?
I have a hand raised from Jade Stevens.
Jade Stevens, you have the floor.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Good evening to you, Jade. You have the floor.
Okay, I just want to make a comment because it took me some time to try to figure all of this stuff out. I have been working diligently and very hard to become a licensed clinical social worker. The system is flawed and it has been that way since I entered into the CERTME system. My initial supervisor, Ms. Javelle Finley, who did the contract with New Visions, that contract, we both did everything that was done. I was requesting, which was the January 26th to May 30th. That was the time frame that I wasn't getting credit for because I didn't know that the employer hadn't signed the documents, although I've sent several emails from between me, the employer, me, and several members of the board, where I was under the assumption that everything was done because CERTME says complete and it has a due date. So if I'm looking at a due date and it's saying complete, I'm assuming that it's done and there's nothing else that I have to do. So I didn't know that it wasn't done until I contacted the board and spoke to someone on the board, and they informed me that it wasn't done and we did it immediately. Same thing with this same supervisor, Ms. Finley at Volunteers of America. If you read thoroughly, you'll see where I can understand that time with Volunteers of America because I stepped out from supervision. I mean, I kept doing supervision, but I stepped back because I had some issues with my mom was in a hospital. So that was only a short period of time when I changed employers as far as Volunteers of America. But the contract, the first contract one with New Vision, that one, I think that one should have been considered because I did everything I was supposed to do. The supervisor did what she was, and she was the agency supervisor back. So we were in the agency, so she verified everything.
Ms. Stevens, I must stop you here. You're at the 2-minute mark for public comment. At this time, is there any other public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Okay, any objections or abstentions to the motion on the floor? Okay, hearing none, motion carries. Okay, so now we have the next item on the agenda regarding Carly Poche requesting remote supervision.
Thought this was fine. It was a 2.5 hour transit from what it looked like.
Okay, is that a motion or are we still in review?
At the appropriate time, I'll move to approve.
It could be in 1 second, please.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'm good.
At this time, is there a motion regarding this request?
Yeah, motion to approve.
Is someone someone else is in here?
No, I think the building just creaked, but I'll double check.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to approve this request made by Evan,
I seconded.
seconded by Bora. Any public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor?
Okay.
I'm gonna ask, if you need me to go with y'all.
The door is locked. It says, okay, the motion made on the floor by Evan, correct? Was it seconded by Bora?
Yes.
Any public comment pertaining to this motion? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is an application for CE approval for next generation therapy services.
One of the letters of recommendation appears to not come from a social worker, come from an LPC NCC.
Okay, a licensed professional counselor, so let's see. And that's okay, but we can see what it looks like.
And one of them comes from a Texas social worker.
Let's see.
Did we previously discuss that? That we wanted them?
Yeah, I've heard
they
the
can-
board say that the preference has been, they want it from Louisiana social
We
workers.
want them
I've
from
heard.
Louisiana. They can come from out of state, but we want them from Louisiana. And
Okay.
we're gonna request that, in its place, that we want something from the state of Louisiana. So let's see what we have.
And his signature looks.
Okay, so I see this. It's not on letterhead, so, okay, so that's a,
I know there was previous discussion about approval pending receipt, but there's like multiple issues, so do we wanna just?
so I make a motion to, was there a motion on the floor?
No, there isn't one. Are you wanting to make one?
Make a motion to reject, this application, for the next, generation therapist services as a CE approval recommendation.
It's been moved by Trinity to reject this application, deny this application. I hear a second.
Second.
Second by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Okay, hearing none, motion carries. So at this time, I'm going to ask the board for us to move to adjourn this meeting with the intention on completing board staff matters being moved to tomorrow's agenda.
I have two questions.
Uh-huh.
Before you get your motion. Did you approve the minutes?
Yeah, that was my question.
No, we didn't do
What?
Agenda item 4.
Minutes of the
I don't think we approved.
last month.
We didn't do that?
I circled there.
Yeah, I have it circled too, so.
I move to adopt the minutes.
Wait a minute, I don't have it on my copy. Do y'all have minutes on your copy?
Yes, on the second.
Where is that? Where's that?
Oh, it's number 4, right above.
Oh, I see why, because normally it's in that. Okay,
Right.
no worries. So let's do that. So has everyone had an opportunity to review the August 2nd, 2024 minutes? Thank y'all for bringing that to my attention. Normally I see
Yes,
that
I
at the
did.
top, so I didn't.
Right.
Okay, any questions about the August 2nd, 2024 minutes? Any changes need to be made? Did y'all review it?
Yes,
Is there a motion on the floor?
motion to approve.
So Evan moved to approve the August meeting minutes,
Second.
second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, board, for that. So
Second question, right?
oh, that's right, you had two questions. Your second question.
I was wondering if Madam Chair wanted to entertain the idea of public comment. I remember you mentioned that. Oh, I thought you said, okay.
No,
I
I'm
misunderstood.
not entertaining.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that up. I
Okay.
won't be doing that at 7:13 PM. I think this has been a really long day. The floor can very well be open tomorrow for public comment. There will be an opportunity to do that at that time, but thanks for bringing it up. And so, all right, y'all, so I'm asking for us to consider moving, board staff matters to tomorrow's strategic planning agenda.
Where's that agenda?
It's gonna be, maybe a copy up here. Yeah, we have a copy for that. So tomorrow, so can I get a motion to move, board staff matters to tomorrow's agenda?
Is it a short agenda?
Yeah.
Where's it?
Yes, so moved.
I don't see the agenda.
Look, here, Jamie.
That's tomorrow's agenda. So, go ahead, make your motion, but you should still make your motion.
I move to move item number 6, board staff members to tomorrow's agenda.
Is there a second to do that? Move my board to move it. Is there a second? Second by Trinity. Any public comment to the movement? Any objections or abstentions to moving this information to tomorrow's agenda? Okay. All right, hearing none, motion carries. And tomorrow we'll talk about where we want to put it at, okay? I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, at this time, yes, Emily?
There's a number 7 financial statement.
Oh, sorry. Say it again. Oh, also
number 7. Evaluation.
So also, we need to discuss moving item 7 and item 8 from today's agenda till tomorrow.
I'll move to defer all remaining matters on the agenda to tomorrow.
Second.
It's been moved by Evan to defer all remaining items on today's agenda to tomorrow's agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to that motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions to move it? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Now I entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting at 7:16 p.m.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved to adjourn the meeting at 7:16 p.m. Thank you for your time. See y'all tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Yes.
All right, see you tomorrow at 9.
Right? Start recording, okay.
Recording in
And now we're
progress.
recording, yeah.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Louisiana State Board of Social Work Examiners. This is Saturday, September 14, 2014. The time is now 9:09 a.m. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We are pushing through, and I want to thank the board for its commitment to be here today. We had a robust meeting yesterday that ended at about 7:30 p.m., if I can recall. And at that time, we made a motion to make adjustments to allow information that was not covered yesterday during yesterday's meeting to be added to today's agenda. So at this time, what I'll do is we'll call for a roll. We'll do a roll call and then proceed.
Hi, Cynthia Keith.
Present.
Jamie Barney,
Present.
Evan Bergeron,
Present.
Trinity George,
Present.
Melissa Harris, Cora Terry, present.
We also have our legal counsel present with us today, Sherry Morris, that's here. Our administrator, Emily D'Angelo, that's present. And we have members in person from the public as well who's attending the meeting. So at this time, we will ask that the expectations of the meeting be read by Trinity George this morning.
Okay. If you are unable to attend the meeting but wish to make a public comment, you can email your comment to edangelo@labaswe.org. This email must be received by close of business the day prior to the meeting and pertain to an item on the agenda. A public comment period will be permitted for each agenda item requiring a vote. Members of the public who wish to make public comment may use the raised hand function to be recognized by the chair. Any one person may provide public comment only once per agenda item. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments are limited to the item being considered by the committee. The chair may disregard or terminate any public comment that does not comply with this paragraph. Attendees of the meeting can obtain general continuing education hours. The number of credits hours is determined by the length of the meeting. This continuing education is considered distance learning, which is limited to 10 hours per collection period. An email regarding continuing education credit will be sent within 30 days following the meeting.
Thank you so much. And at this time, I wanted to ask Emily, I don't know, are we gonna need this today, this projector today, do you think? If not, we won't. I'll just share, because once Evan shares his screen, I think everyone could see it. Either way.
We log into the meeting.
Oh, so if we use a screen, you
can.
won't need to, huh? Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
If I need to, I can.
okay. Yes. Just give us a second. We just want to, get our projector up. All right, super. All right. So with that being said, now we will open the floor for public comment pertaining. Well, let me start off by doing this. We did move some information from yesterday to today's agenda because we weren't unable to cover it. So just as a recap, I want to be able to share with the public again the information that we moved, and then I'll open the floor for public comment. Okay, so and then I'll circle back and ask the board for approval or any corrections or additions that need to be made to agenda, okay? So yesterday, we concluded the meeting with moving board staff matters. That was number 6. Board staff matters, which is the report on office workforce and staffing, election of officers, chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer, social work compact commissioner appointment, as well as ASWB Delegate Assembly, November 7th through 9th, 2024 appoint delegate, DCFS mandated reporter portal, and number 7, financial statement for the period ending of June 30th, 2024, as well as executive session matters pursuant to review of administrative evaluation personnel matters. Those were the items that needed to be placed on this agenda for today. We received a motion and approval to do that, just as the recap. With that being said, now I would like to ask if there's any public comment pertaining to the agenda before you from the public. Okay. All right, thank you. So now at this time, I need to inform the board that we have an addition that needs to be placed on the agenda for today. It is an application for a licensee that we will need to discuss and add. So I'm going to ask the board's permission to allow us to address the application matter first, then proceed to the items that was added yesterday, from yesterday, and then go into our strategic planning meeting. Yes, Emily?
We also want to take up the matter of Jessica Shelton's compliance hearing yesterday.
Okay, and so we need to add that as well. So, will that be an executive session, y'all? We still would need
Deliberation
to
would be an executive session.
So let's see how we want to do this, because we already have the public, probably online waiting for us. I'm thinking if we can deliberate Ms. Shelton's matter, during the time in which we deliberate our administrator, evaluation, because that's all executive session. So let's add that to, the executive session. Ms. Shelton's deliberation matters will be conducted during the time of the executive session.
So I move to add to the agenda the application matter as well as deliberations concerning Jessica Shelton to the agenda.
Okay, any other recommendations?
Yes, what about, do we need to add the Act 253, is that it?
That's gonna be, Dr. Bonnie, right under when, Sherry gives her presentation.
Okay,
Under, status of rules submission, and status of legal sufficiency. When she gets her speech
Okay.
on occupational standards, the ask from Sherry, to your point yesterday, was to, review that act, and I'm sure Sherry's gonna talk about, the other acts as well.
okay.
So that's gonna still be under that occupational status. So for clarification, our legal counsel will be discussing today matters as it relates to rule promulgation, and she will provide an update on the acts that we are, that just occurred in August 1st as well.
Okay.
So that would be on there. Any other corrections, additions, recommendations, y'all? Anything else? All right, so this just kind of keep us on track today. Let's see if I missed something, just circle back and be like, okay, did you forget it? And then we'll just move from there. All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion regarding the meeting agenda.
To accept the agenda with the recommended changes.
Okay, moved by Jamie to accept the agenda with recommended changes. Who's the second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, everyone. So let's go right on to where we left off. Wait a minute, hold on, what I missed. Yep, where we left off yesterday at Board Staff Matters, 6. Report on office workflow and staffing. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so since August 2nd, 2024, we've had 3 requests for early testing at the master's level, 15 at the clinical level. We've issued 3 licenses for early testers at the LTSW level, none at the LMSW level. For non-early testers, we've issued 27 LMSWs, 18 LCSWs, issued 10 BACS credentials, processed 78 retake applications, approved 44 supervision contracts, 17 other supervision approvals. We've sent 48 background checks to Louisiana State Police, completed 59 license verifications, processed 42 in-person CE waiver requests for out-of-state individuals, 45 CE waiver requests for individuals with medical exceptions. We processed 24 paper renewals. We've processed 301 continuing education audits. We've approved 284 of those, and we have 17 that are pending receipt of more documentation. Since that meeting, we've also received 21 new complaints. Out of those 21, 10, we've requested a written response. We haven't sent any to investigation. We don't have any under consideration. We have 7 that were not accepted because the individual was not a social worker, 3 not accepted because the situation is not a violation of the practice sector rules. It's personal matters. And 1 wasn't accepted because the individual wants to remain anonymous. And based on what the allegations are, there would be no way to investigate the matter and not disclose who the complainant is. Is there any questions?
Any questions regarding the workflow report and staffing report? Questions at this time? Next item on the agenda is election of the officers, the election for the chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. At this time, we typically just ask for any nominations from board members on the floor who desire to hold these positions. So at this time, I will open up the floor for nominations for chair. This will be chair for the FY25 year. And we normally hold elections in June, but some kind of way, I think this year got, or July, some kind of way this year got a little different. I think because we didn't have a July meeting, that's probably why. But with that being said, now the floor is open for anyone who wishes to seek the position of chair.
Okay, I see. He to be chair.
Second.
So, okay, so that happened pretty quickly. I was nominated by Evan Bergeron, seconded by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to the motion? Any objections or abstentions to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. So again, thank you for the opportunity to serve as chair. We do have a lot that we are covering this year. And I'm grateful to serve with y'all. Chair, of course, is just a title because really the entire board does a lot of work. There's not many of us. We're small but mighty, and we all contribute to what we're doing for the public and for the state of Louisiana. So thank you so much for that honor to serve as your chair. But the whole board is basically the chair, and y'all do we do the work together. So moving right along, nominations for vice chair. That floor is now open for anyone who wishes to seek the position of vice chair.
Nominate Jamie Barney for question.
It's been nominated by Evan Bergeron for Jamie Barney to serve as vice chair. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Bora. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions to the motion on the floor? Hearing none, motion carries. Jamie, you want to make a comment?
Yes. Thank you very much. I have been enjoying this process and learning a lot, and it is my pleasure to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, for your service and continued service as vice chair, all that you do, and as chair of exam committee. Thank you so much for the work that you do with that committee as well. So now the floor is open for the position of secretary treasurer for our board. We're opening the floor for any nominations for secretary and treasurer.
I would like to nominate Boris Sinceri.
Has been nominated by, moved by Trinity to nominate Boris Sinceri as, and I always mess up your last name, so me and you, I gotta get you something to read anyway.
You said it just right.
I did. For secretary treasurer, and seconded by Evan. Any public comment pertaining to this motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Or would you like to make a comment at this time?
I've learned a great deal over the past service as secretary treasurer, and I look forward to continuing to do so. It's an honor to serve, and thank you. It's a pleasure to be such great board members as a team.
Thank you so much, Bora, for your service and commitment to the board and to the public, and also all things technology and helping us getting everything done. Thank you so much for your leadership as chair of technology and everything. With that being said, our elections have now been closed. I do want to take this time to acknowledge board members who has not decided to seek positions of officers, kind of like hanging out on the, from the frame. But I will say, thank you so much for your dedication. Trinity George serves as our continuing education chair, and his team and his committee has done a lot of work around preparing rules as it relates to continuing education. We look forward to hearing more of the things that your committee is doing when we talk about the committee reports today and strategic planning. But thank you for your time and commitment and what you bring for continuing education as well, and your expertise in that area. And Evan, thank you so much. We typically assume that he's the attorney for the board, but he's not. We actually have legal counsel for our board, but we oftentimes lean probably not appropriately sometimes on that expertise, but thank you so much, Evan, for your continued service as Rules Committee Chair, and what your committee brings reviewing our rules so that we can send off to our actual legal counsel for legal sufficiency and review. And thank you again, Sherry Morris. I don't want to belabor, but I cannot say that this board cannot and will not be able to function without a leader, without Emily D'Angelo and her years of historical competence, expertise, as it relates to managing, board office, managing staff. For the past, I don't know, I stopped counting in years, but it's well over 25. I'm not telling her business or her age, but but we cannot do this without the leadership of our administrator and our staff who works just really puts a lot of work. They're not here today, y'all, because they work a lot and they really need the Saturday off. We just came through a renewal period. We just processed all these applications. And we want to thank our licensing analyst for what they do and support. We want to thank our assistant administrator for all that she does. So that's Sarah Banks, licensing analyst, Blake Williamson, licensing analyst, Regina DeWitt, administrative assistant, and of course, Miss Sharon, who answers that phone. And when that phone ring, she answers that phone. So we want to thank you too, Miss Sharon, for your kind voice when you answer the phone. So with that being said, I do believe in giving people flowers. And so allow me to have that moment to give the board and its staff the flowers. So, all right, moving right along. All right, next item on the agenda is the Social Work Compact Commissioner appointment. Now, let me say this to y'all a little bit. We kind of, and I want to ask people to kind of bear with us because what we're finding and what we know, a lot of the work that we do intersects, right? And so although we're at the point in this agenda to talk about the Social Work Compact Commissioner appointment, there's space on our strategic planning for us to give you an update on what's been happening with the Interstate Compact Committee, because as you know, we have law that was, what's the word I'm looking for, on a Saturday morning and got froze up, enacted on August 1st as it relates to our multi-state compact, right? So we're kind of gonna be, you're gonna hear us kind of going back and forth, kind of joggling. As we know, and Sherry's gonna give more detail, on August 1st, 2024, it went into effect that our state social workers will now be able to engage in the multi-state compact. There has been a lot of dialogue. I don't know, y'all, what, maybe might not have been quite 2 years yet. I mean, some talking, but really moving into the place of action within the past 12 months to get this compact passed. Well, it passed legislation, is now law. With that being said, as you know, we do have, now since we're part of this compact, and I believe Louisiana was the 15th state, now they're starting to have meetings for this commission. We talked about this commission that's coming along. And the commission, and information should be in your CERTA-me, is going to require someone from each state to serve as the delegate to articulate the needs of the state as it relates to the multi-state compact, to raise questions to that commission regarding the impact it would have on the state, right? And it's going to also require some time from the delegate who serves. And there's also a proxy that will serve in place of, in the absence of the delegate. I believe in CERTA-me, there's some information that's uploaded that's on that Social Work Compact Commissioner and the requirements. I'm not sure if you all got an opportunity to take a look at that to see what the requirements are. The first commissioner meeting, the first meeting of the commission is next Wednesday. And the way it goes, you have to bring it before the board for the board to appoint the commissioner. The first meeting is next Wednesday on the 17th of September, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's the 17th, which is Tuesday.
Tuesday, I'm sorry, I got that day off. So it's Tuesday. I'm so glad you said that because I thought it was a Wednesday, honestly. Oh my goodness, it sure is a Tuesday. So the meeting is from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And
That's quite a meeting.
yeah, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. And so the ask is that the delegate be present for the entire meeting. So in saying that, as you all know, we have an interstate compact committee, interstate / Now, the new telehealth, they said, we're not teletherapy, we telehealth, okay, telehealth committee, it's true. And you know that we've been meeting, you know, or whatever. So at the meeting, just briefly, and this is just having conversation with you all, it was recommended that I serve as that delegate because I've been going to the meetings and, you know, can articulate the request. But that does not have to be that case. The floor is open for the opportunity for board members if they want to serve in their role. I'm happy to serve in the role. I have information to present to you today from the committee, actionable items, but you know, the floor is open. I am recommending that the administrator serve as the proxy. That's also the recommendation of the commission. If you saw what the expectation is for consistency and, you know, because Emily's at the board office as well. And I'm going to also recommend that another board member sit in lieu of another proxy as well, depending upon what the desire of the board is. But we have a lot of work ahead of us for this interstate compact. And I'm happy to go over that with you when we get to committee reports. Oh, and I'm saying that because we have to get the response back to the commissioner like today. As soon as we decide who's gonna do it, we gotta fax it because they need to have it by Tuesday. And the reason why we didn't get it done before then is because we didn't have a board meeting to discuss it before then, when we got to stop.
So may I make a motion for this, or is this?
You
something
can
just-
make a
okay.
motion.
So I move to have Hyacinth McKee be our our delegate for the state, and Emily be the proxy as the administrator, and then as needed, a proxy behind the proxy based on what, whoever's available. Those decisions can be made between Dr. McKee and Emily at the time they need an extra proxy if something happens.
Like authorize them.
Right, to appoint somebody as soon as they realize neither one of them can make it to a meeting.
Second.
I think you have to file the proxy with the commission in
Yes.
advance, so you might want to say that the proxy would be any board member or
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
like that, so that, because they're gonna check the names.
Yep,
Right.
yep, we gotta do that, absolutely. Thanks,
Be
Sherry.
the
for that.
backup proxy.
Yeah,
Could
thanks
be
for that.
as needed.
As needed. Thanks for that, Sherry, because that's true. I think they did
I think
indicate.
you have to have a list.
Do we need to clean up that motion or?
No,
It's okay.
that motion's fine. That's
Okay.
good. Is there a second to
I
Board's
second it.
motion? It's seconded by Trinity. Any public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor regarding social work compact commissioner appointment? Okay, any objections or extensions to that motion on the floor? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, and when we get to committee reports, I will give y'all a full update of what's been going on, okay? All right, next item on the agenda, we're rolling through, ASWB Delegate Assembly, November 7th through 9th. Okay, so as a regulatory body, we are considered a member of the Association of Social Work Board, right? And so every year, there is a delegate assembly that takes place in different parts of the region. At that delegate assembly, and you know, y'all been on the board, y'all know I'm just saying it for the purposes of the public. We send a representative from the board to serve as the delegate to cast the vote on behalf of Louisiana as it relates to the slate of electors, slate of candidates, for the Association of Social Work Boards, as well as that individual will serve in the role, almost like speaking for Louisiana, because that delegate assembly has all of the other states of the union that are part of ASWB, and I mean, if not 50, close to 50, plus areas in Canada. Okay, and so, and also the Virgin Islands too, I must admit, US Virgin Islands, still United States, but US Virgin Islands, right? So all of that, so it's a lift, but it's very doable. I've done it before, have done it several times, but hey, listen, it's a lift, and at this time, we want to open the floor for any nominations. This year, it's in San Diego, California. I think, let me see, I'm trying to think, yes, from the 7th to the 9th. I don't know why I thought maybe, I'm thinking November 6th might be the travel day. Is that correct, Emily? Like that person would have to travel on November 6th because it starts On the
Early.
7th, yeah. So I think the 6th,
So, yeah, the board member exchange and the administrators forum will be on the 7th. And then the actual delegate assembly will start on the 8th and end on the 9th. So it's probably a commitment of November 6th through,
maybe the 10th, huh? Yeah. Commitment from November 6th through the 10th. Thank you for that. So yeah, so the floor is now open, for that, delegates, and typically, let me just be transparent. Typically, the chair is appointed, okay? But I want to be transparent and let you know that I will be attending the assembly anyway, because I have committee responsibilities. Because I serve on one of the committees for ASWB, so I will be in attendance either way, I want to be transparent, so, somebody show up, I'm there, because I'm working. I'm already because I'm working, so I mean,
I don't know how it works. You'll be able to do your committee stuff and the regular, delegate.
yes,
There's
I
no-
have.
okay.
I have done that. So I want
Okay.
to tell you, I have done that. I don't know, it was a year or so ago that we had to work and we had to present at the delegate assembly. My committee did. They kind of, they call on us.
And I think that would be economical.
Mm-hmm.
Since you're there, I think if you're there, you could be our delegate and we save money that way.
Instead of
And
sending
then if
two
we
people.
have more money later, or we think we have extra budget later, then somebody else might be able to go, but I think you could serve as the delegate and the committee member representing our state. Is that?
So this particular time, we can look at that. No one has any other interest. I'm not putting it on anybody. I just want to make
Or I
sure.
wanted to go to California, but that's that's the day after election day, so
Oh.
that's the day, yeah.
Oh,
It's big on election day.
I was also, in case there are any meetings in the Virgin Islands, I was gonna.
No, it's gonna be the same.
It's the
day.
same.
No, but I'm just saying in the future,
Oh,
I will volunteer,
And I wanna go to Canada too.
I
so
will
let me go.
take, I will
Oh,
make that
that's so
sacrifice.
kind of you, Evan.
Yeah.
For
If
the,
there's ever a delegate
wow.
assembly.
I think fiscally speaking.
Great guy.
I think fiscally speaking, if we
And
have it in the
Seattle.
budget, then we can send people to
Yeah.
different places.
So without fiscal, are there any interest in going?
Yeah.
Okay, so Trinity will be interested in going. Okay, all right. Anything else in else topic y'all want to have on that?
But
Yeah.
that's the day of the election day.
Yes. No. Not yet. I'm not ready. Thank you.
All right.
I know Jim was like, what?
Yeah, you might just-
It's good news. It's good
Okay.
stuff. Yeah, don't worry. It's good stuff.
I will be there as an administrator, and
administrator.
ASWB is covering
Yours, right?
Yeah.
Cover her costs.
Yeah, you're not interested in going?
Well, I'm interested in, y'all,
I
I'm
really
thinking
do.
about the money.
And that's why I wanted to.
There's just different things that I think about when I just, there's all kinds of technology that I would like us to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
And when
want
I
to put
think
that money in
$3,000 a
technology.
person, that's usually the figure I have in my head. I think we could use that for something. And so, I mean, today, do we have to decide who's
Yeah,
going?
we have to decide today, so
Okay,
that's
so
fine,
we
because
can't
we have to
decide-
register.
Oh,
So we
it's the
register,
thing. Oh, it's
right, so we have to register, so if
You're
y'all
right.
are
The
saying,
investment of you going would be, I think you should go.
And
because
or,
of technology.
Mhm.
so where we are with this, did somebody you made a motion for me
To
to
be the delegate and, I mean, I'm happy to serve and go
Okay.
if there's nobody else that.
see, board,
Okay.
the reason why I did not place my name in nomination for secretary treasurer, because I considered the role because I think you're fabulous. I think you're great at it. And I thought about considering splitting the role and keeping you as treasurer and me as secretary because of the
We're-
physical
we're at delegate
responsibility.
assembly though, right?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just saying as splitting the role as continue you as just as a treasurer and myself as secretary. But when it comes to physical responsibility, you're just amazing because you're thinking about saving cost.
Well, I think I get kind of.
So
I
at this
go
time, we have,
overboard.
No, but that's great because look at you.
so at this time, we have a motion on the floor, and I'm trying to see which one I heard a motion to nominate me to serve as a delegate. Is there an amendment to that motion, Jamie, that you want, are you thinking to have Bora to serve?
Can we, I don't know how to term it. Can we,
Because-
as a, like, can we, cause I know there's a time frame.
Mhm.
Are we able to give the permission for it if it works out that way? If that makes sense what I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
you know, like without committing her to going, you
So
know,
we can.
cause I know I hear what you're saying. You don't think we should send just one person since, you know, but I also think it'll be good to have another person go since she'll already be there, then we can have.
Just as
Yeah,
a
you
backup.
know, like,
As of today, it appears that I'm already be there.
oh, you're not sure, okay. well,
And
well,
the cost is already covered by ASWB. That's what I'm hearing, correct?
So as it stands right now,
So you should be
not
double.
to go into a whole lot of dialogue of ASWB's, you know, like stuff,
Right, right.
but I will, because I'm not a spokesperson for them, right?
Right.
As it stands right now, the committee that I'm serving on is being asked to do some work
Mhm.
at that meeting. If that is the case, I will already be there working in that capacity,
Okay.
okay?
So do they cover that cost?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
that's what I'm
That's my point, that's my
Yeah.
point, that's why I'm
Yes.
saying y'all, I'm already be there.
Yeah.
So where we are right now, can we, we're just being thought partners, can we open it, the idea of, if I'm there and I'm gonna be there serving in that capacity, then we can, and if there's funding
Mhm.
provided by ASWB to consider to have more
Yes.
attend, something like that,
That's what
y'all,
yeah.
that way, once we get the final discussion about it, certainly the board will be informed at the October meeting as to how that's gonna play
Right.
out.
But we wouldn't have to
Does
come
that
back
sound
to make a
okay?
decision.
Does that
Yes.
sound okay with y'all? Does that sound okay? All right. Okay,
So do I need to amend my?
so your motion,
The motion is to move that you be the delegate, but also add another board member slot to attend the conference. The delegate
should
assembly.
funding permit?
Should funding be
Funding
available.
permit, yeah. Okay, that sounds good?
Yeah.
Are y'all okay with that? Is there a second for Bora's motion?
Second.
All right, any public comment pertaining to that motion? Any objection or abstention? All right, hearing none, motion carried. All right, y'all, next item on the agenda is the DCFS mandated portal. That information should also be uploaded in CERTIMI information that we received from Department of Children and Family Services regarding the way that documentation will be when you're filing a child protection report. Was it in y'all CERTIMI?
Yes, it's in here.
I'm having
Okay.
trouble finding it.
Okay, I just.
It's in the middle.
Okay. in the
And
middle.
so I believe the ask is, do we want to add this to our website under resources? Do we
That's a
want to do
great
that?
idea, because people could go to the DCFS website, but if they can't remember, or they have trouble, they can look at the LABSW website. Is that appropriate for?
I think it's in line with the stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're wondering if y'all.
Because all licensees are mandated reporters.
So would the board be okay for us to add this? And there's a link and there's instructions on how to complete it and all of that stuff as well. So we can, if y'all are in agreement with that, I'll just entertain a motion to add it to our website. To move by Trinity, then add it to the website. Is there a second? Second by Jamie. Any public comment? You know, and it could be also the Facebook page too, if we want to, right? Can we still put that in social media? Is that appropriate? I wanted to ask y'all that.
What you mean? How would, we would,
You can't put the link, or can you put a notice in Facebook that, oh, we have?
yeah, I guess you
Maybe
could
not.
pin it maybe.
Well,
I'm
maybe not.
because
I'm not
it'll
a
kind of get
Facebook-
lost in the feed.
All right, well, don't do it. I'm not a Facebook.
Emailing.
In what?
What about emailing it to the?
Oh, and Sherry's saying constant contact email instead of Facebook. I'm not a Facebooker, so I don't know how it works. I don't know.
Got a hand raised.
We
Public
do?
Comments, yeah.
Public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor regarding the DCFS mandated portal information.
It's from Kimberly Peterson.
Kimberly, you're being recognized. Good morning.
Good morning, board. How are y'all today?
Great. I just wanted clarity for the mandate reporting. Is this just another tool like that will lead to the DCFS website for us to report? Or is this in addition to reporting to upload something onto CertMe? I didn't understand. I just wanted clarity. Thank you for your clarity, board. I'm gonna answer that question. No, Kimberly, no. It's just gonna be a link so that you can have access to DCFS website. No, you will not have to upload anything to CertMe regarding this. This would serve as resources and information for social work licensees in the public. Emily?
In the email that they sent to me, asking for this to be posted on the website, they also asked for me to distribute it in sort of like an email blast type thing. I asked I told them that we would be presenting it to the board at their meeting, but I asked for them to give me a name and contact information for someone to field questions. Because what I've noticed is when we send out a email blast providing information about something that's happening through a third party, like the LDH Medicaid changes, I start getting a lot of questions and people, and I'm not the authority to answer those questions. So I have no problem sending out the email blast if, the board votes to do that. I just want to be able to get a name and contact information of a person to direct questions to before I send it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely for that. Because those questions, they get the phone call.
Right.
And we don't, yeah.
People are still going to reach out, but including in the email blast who they need to contact for questions, and then you can just forward it to whatever email you have if something still comes through. Yeah,
And also put that contact on the website too, right?
right.
So, did y'all hear that? Okay, any other public comment pertaining to the motion on the floor? Any objections or abstentions to the motion on the floor? Hearing none, motion carries. So, we'll get that. So we won't post it until we get that, that contact person. Are we in agreement with that?
Yes.
Board? Okay, contact person's name, email, telephone number, contact information. Okay.
So,
Yeah,
one
Dave.
other thing I wanted to point out on the mandated reporter portal, the note that came with it, they noted that there was an Act 216 passed in the 2024 regular session of Louisiana legislature, which requires mandated reporters to call DCFS hotline for emergency reports. So going into the portal and putting information in without making a call would not be sufficient according to law. So I wanted to make sure that was stated. And that includes, they listed specifically drug exposed newborns, children in immediate danger, life-threatening injuries, sexual abuse, human trafficking, safe haven relinquishments, and child fatalities.
Any other questions regarding what, Jamie just mentioned?
They're specific, and I just know this, being a stakeholder and chairing a committee with the agency, there are specific reports that you are to call in, and there are specific reports that you can utilize the online portal for. And that's what that information that we have today should explain to you, that DCFS main data reporter portal should explain to our licensees.
All right, so moving right along to the next item on the agenda, financial statement for the period ending of June 30th, 2024.
Two separate uploads. One is the actual financial statement and one is the comparison between expenditures as of June 30th of 03 in comparison to as of June 30th of 2024. Our expenditures for the fiscal year exceeded our revenue. which it was budgeted to exceed the revenue, the anticipated revenue. And which means, that we have our contingency in our investment account. So, we ended in for cash on hand of a negative $162,368.57. A lot of that has to do with just unanticipated costs that the board incurred during the fiscal year. And the revenue that was anticipated and budgeted for, we did not reach that revenue amount. So if you look at,
I have a question, Emily.
yeah,
Would the fact that we did renewals later affect the revenue? Or, no, when did we previously do renewals last year? Was it in June? When was it? When did we?
Usually renewals are in.
we always we started in June.
Okay, didn't the time get pushed back this year?
So that, so in 2021,
Mhm.
renewals did not start in June.
Oh, so it was that long ago?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
So what I look at whenever I budget, is I take what we earned in revenue the year before, and I look at how many people should have to renew, or approximately how many people should have to renew in the upcoming fiscal year. And I pull that report from Certami. And I don't know if this makes a difference, but in certain people's license, I'm trying to think how to explain it. So some people, whenever you look up their licensing information, they're listed twice in their licensing information. I have no idea why that is, but I'm attributing that to why I think my numbers were probably off when I took counts of how many people should need to renew. Because I'm not usually, I'm not usually off by that much. I'm always off a little bit because it's very hard to, we don't have a crystal ball to say exactly how many people are going to have to renew their license and if they're going to renew their license on time or late. So, I attribute it a lot to that. But we did have higher maintenance fees this past year. Because we had to replace things from the storm frying this whole set of equipment, which was our streaming equipment and our computer. That wasn't an anticipated expense. We did hire a new individual and we purchased equipment for that person. So we usually are very low in what our acquisitions are. So this was kind of an unusual fiscal year. We've also, had some increases with our legal fees, and I anticipate that those will go up even more because of the Attorney General changing the fee schedule. So that'll be something that we'll need to watch. And I anticipate having higher computer consultant with the fact that we are contracting with 2 different companies. So we've started getting the bills in for the work that Covalent's doing. With at the same time, we still have to pay we still have to pay for our services with Certami.
Okay. So Emily, I have some questions for you. I know that we had some some unfortunate events that have occurred. And since those unfortunate events occurred and we were unaware of those, did we budget for those? I know, for instance, the computer fried and then we had to hire someone. I know we can't budget for that, but I know that we had that savings account. So we had some savings to account for that, but do we have an account or particularly something, a nest egg to cover for those unfortunate events? You had something,
So we have investment funds. We do have an investment account.
but when we no longer have that, are we saving, are we placing something aside?
We don't have anything to
We
place
don't have
aside.
that.
We spending more than we making.
Okay. So that's when I always, and I know people may not like the fact that I may say, okay, we have to fine, or we may have to look at increasing fees, but that we may have to look at doing some of those things. And I dislike I dislike saying those things to our licensees because that's generally
What we already have in our
Promulgated.
rules
Yes.
promulgation
Yes.
package
that's going to be
with the
upcoming.
Occupational License Review Commission,
Mhm.
some increased fees. So should that come to fruition, we get all of our approvals, then that will greatly offset some of this, some of these higher expenditures that we're coming into.
And we were looking at when, to your point, Trinity, in terms of raising the fees and, we are where we are now in 2025. And we talk about this ad nauseum, we haven't increased our fees for over 20 years
Right.
for licenses. So, given the technology that we are trying to get for the office and all of the needs and, we are going to have to increase those fees. It's already in our proposed rules, as well as the continuing education approval organization too, as well. That is also in there.
I just want them to
Those fees are also.
the licensees to see what Miss Emily and her team are doing and the hard work, the necessary work, and and how much of their fees, where their finances are going. So that when they call the office and they're wondering why it may take a few minutes before they may get someone or where their licensing cost, whether if they're late on paying this fee, this is where it's going, folks. This is where it's going. So,
I have a quick question.
yes.
Uh,
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Emily. The continuing education under expenses, what is that?
So, our continuing education, event that we did in January with Dr. Boldenball. Did I say her name? correctly?
Tanya Bolden-Ball, when we did that,
Staff development.
staff development.
No, there's some charges it's charges in December, January, and February.
Where,
Under, so I'm looking at the statement of revenue and expenses for the 12 months ending June 2024. And so there's expenses, and then there's under operating services, continuing education. And it's 500 in December, 2,100 in January, and 2,800.
oh, that is some of our, when we went to FARB.
Mhm.
And, because FARB is at the beginning of the year. I think that's FARB and probably, towards the spring education meeting that we did for,
Oh,
ASWB.
so that's continuing education for the staff.
Yeah, but
I would put that in a trial.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
I do prefer it there, but that's what that is.
Okay, that makes, okay. I'm like, why would we be paying for, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But yeah, I thought you were talking about the
Oh, no,
thing
no.
we did in January.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Let me see.
See it there. Do y'all have any other questions? I know if we're still in review, we can be in review a little longer. But, any other questions for Emily regarding that financial statement? I mean, everything appears to be on trend with what it has been. It's just more expensive to manage.
Yes.
So hopefully those fees are passed and the change in fees are passed, because I remember we sat here and calculated it and that would
Help out a lot.
Yes.
Tremendously, a good help. All right, so if there's no other questions pertaining to this, I'll entertain a motion to accept the financial statement for the period ending of June 30th, 2024.
So moved.
Moved by Trinity to accept the financial statement. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Evan. Public comment pertaining to the financial statement for the period ending of June 30th, 2024. All right, any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Now that it's closed, I do have a question about our process. I remember it came up and I wanted to ask so I know when we make amendments to the budget, when we see that some costs are going to be higher, would it be more appropriate for us going forward to still maintain what the original budget was so we can compare what we actually expended to what we originally budgeted at the end of the fiscal year? You understand what I'm asking?
So compare it to the original budget rather than an amended budget?
Right, I think we should be able to.
See it all.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
I think, yeah, I mean, we could do that. I think that that's something that I need to discuss with the CPA.
Yeah. Can you
To
ask
see
them?
if they can, I wouldn't recommend it as another column, because this is getting pretty tiny as it is.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't know, I'll talk to them about it
Yeah.
and see what they think is the best
And
way
what
to
people, how
list
people
it.
generally, because I know there should be a way to see, I just don't know what that looks like.
Easy place.
Right.
To have jump around.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, folks, so we're at 10:04. I think we did pretty good. So now let's get to matters heard in executive session. So I'm thinking what we could do, I'm thinking we might need, this is gonna be quick.
Well, I have a question though. Would it be prudent for us to do
Strategic.
the other things that aren't executive now, and then we can do executive session at the end that way?
If y'all wanna do that, we could. If y'all happy to do that. The reason why I'm saying that, we got a lot to cover for strategic. The other thing is strategic planning, right? This executive session stuff was the carryover from yesterday. So my vision was, and y'all walked me with this, my vision was to get yesterday done, close out yesterday, and then do strategic, not mix and mingle them. So I'm thinking, is it okay for us to go into executive, finish yesterday out, and then we go into strategic, right? Right? Okay, so. Yeah.
We have an application, yes.
Yeah, that application will be an executive,
Shelton.
right?
Application is not an executive session.
Doesn't need to be, because there's
It's
no,
not.
special.
The application does it, so we can do the application right now. I'm not gonna go into executive and then go into executive to do Shelton and admin eval. Close that out and then go to strategic, right? And then go home. Okay,
So what time?
so I don't think this executive session, now y'all help me, I don't think this gonna be that long. Do y'all still needing to do, the hearing needs to deliberate more on that particular matter?
Just
with
waiting.
Shelton?
We do need to have more discussion, but I do have some additional information for the team that needs to review that.
So you have additional information, okay?
Have a-
What you thinking?
I'm just My memory may not be correct, but that wasn't moved to next month's meeting, it was moved to today's meeting?
The
The
motion
next
was
meeting,
just the next meeting.
But-
Oh, okay.
today is the next meeting.
Okay.
We really were looking for additional information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
was trying to
didn't
have
know
it in next month.
we weren't sure at the time that we needed to make the motion, if
Okay.
we would be able to have the clarification by this meeting, or if we needed until the
Okay,
next.
okay,
meeting.
okay, okay.
But to get this person their decision within the 15 days, we really needed to be able to,
Do it today. Okay.
you know, if at all possible,
So
at this meeting.
I'm thinking, we can go do this application. Let's do the application, okay? The application, Emily, for
It's for
that.
Delise Willridge, and it's a LCSW application, and she has met all of her supervision requirements.
Also, there's no special considerations. Oh, okay.
I move to accept.
Second.
It's been moved. Can I get the person's name again, Emily?
Delise Willridge.
It's been moved by Evan to accept Delise Willridge application for LCSW. It's been seconded by Bora. Any public comment pertaining to the approval of this motion? Any abstentions or objections to the motion on the floor? Hearing none. All right, motion is carried. All right, so that covers that. Now, let's talk about time we need for deliberation from Shelton and Executive Administrator's eval. How long do y'all need for deliberation, y'all think, on that matter?
Oh, depending on what the information says, it'll probably be quick. It's just gonna be like it's binary, is what I'm thinking.
So,
15 minutes?
30 minutes total
30.
for executive session.
Yeah.
you think
I
so?
wanna say the
20 minutes.
last time we did an administrative
So we
eval,
will-
y'all had, it took a long
So
time.
we will, well,
Right?
we'll-
It did, yes.
we'll return back in the public at 11. What y'all think?
That's 45 minutes. That's cool.
Is that fair?
That's fair. That's 50 minutes.
What we
That's
gonna do about food? Because we have a strategic planning meeting and it's gonna be long, gonna be.
If we ain't
gonna
coming
be
back till
longer
11,
than-
yeah.
Okay, so what we'll do is we will go into executive session. We'll return in the public at 11 a.m. Okay, all right, here I come. We will return in public at 11 a.m. She did, she signed in, signed out. No, I'll sign her out. I'll sign her out.
So
Somebody back there?
No, nobody's back here.
Anybody in this building?
It sounds like.
Okay, she said, I was about to say, I know
There's
yesterday I was
someone
tripping, but I
next door.
definitely heard
There's a
somebody. just
gentleman
say-
next door. I
She
saw-
said Regina back there,
Oh, Regina, oh, yeah.
cause I knew I wasn't crazy this time.
All right,
Okay, I was about to get out of here.
so we will, y'all, we're still live. I want to tell y'all, oh yeah, we didn't go into executive session yet. We're gonna go into executive, session and we'll come out at 11. I think 50 minutes is good. So at this time, may I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
It's been moved by Jamie to go into executive session. Is there a second?
second,
Second by Evan. We need roll call.
Roll call. Tyson McKee.
Yes.
Jamie Barney.
Yes.
Evan Bergeron.
yes.
Trinity George.
Yes.
Melissa Haley's not here. Boris and Sarah, yes.
All right. So the yeses have it. We will see you public.